Welcome to another episode of the Donta Show Network, Story Times, where I tell prison stories, hood stories, and supernatural stories.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Next thing you know, we see her running back, coming our way, and he on her tail. And when he catch up to her, he grab her by the back of her collar and get them.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Before we start this video, I want to ask everybody in the comment section a question. And this is particularly for the men, but women, you can answer this too. If a man see another man beating the dog crap out of his girlfriend or wife, should another man intervene? This is what this whole story is all about. Now, back in 2007 or 2008, this when I was in Atlanta, right? So me and my brother, we sitting on the porch, and this big dude come running down the street. So we see him running down the street, and then we see his girl running after him. So we like, okay, you know, that ain't unusual in Atlanta. It's always crazy stuff going on in Atlanta. Next thing you know, we see her running back, coming our way, and he on her tail. And when he catch up to her, he grab her by the back of her collar and get the bam. I'm talking about strong arm punching her completely out. Okay, he done knocked her to the ground and everything. So me, being who I am, I get up and I'm like, come on, bro, let's go. And as I'm going to the right to get off the porch, my brother, which was the stepper that I told y'all about, he grabbed me and he was like, bro, leave that alone. I'm like, what you mean leave that alone? He like, bro, what if he pull out a gun and pop you? Then I'm gonna have to pop him, right? And then I was like, man, we can take this dude, man. I ain't even trying to hear that. He was like, dude, you got a son. Don't go down there. And I thought about it, like, you know what? What if I do go down there and I try to intervene, and then he take my life, and then now my son out here by himself? So that's the reason why I want to ask y'all that question in the beginning. Because when I went to Columbus, Ohio, I met this woman, this Spanish lady. I got a job at a company called GC Services. And what they do there, they are the people that call you for the student loans. So I know all the tricks and trades about student loan debt and how they play that military mind game, y'all. But anyway, so I meet this woman and we in the break room, and you know, we just chopping it up, kicking it, and she was like telling me like her whole life story, like, you know, so we sitting there and she was like, where you from? I was like, it really kind of depends. I'm from all over. She was like, you ain't from Ohio, are you? I'm like, no. She's like, so where you from? I'm like, I mean, Michigan, Georgia, that's really, I've been back and forth to both places. So she was like, oh, okay. He said, you got like a country, you know, slang. I'm like, I mean, so my cousins down south, they got it way worse. So, you know, I'm telling her about me, and then I asked her, I said, you got a boyfriend? She was like, no, I ain't got a boyfriend. I had a husband. I said, what happened? Y'all got a divorce or something? Then she got like all teary-eyed, and I'm looking at her, I'm like, oh, maybe he done hurt her so bad or something. This is all I'm thinking, because she got quiet for a minute. So she was like, no, when we first got here to Columbus, you know, we was going down James Street, and this white guy was beating the crap out of his girl. And you know, my husband did a U-turn in the street, got out the car, got to tussling with the man, and he ended up, you know, shooting my husband, and he died right there on the scene. Not only when he got shot, the woman that was getting whipped out by her boyfriend or whoever he was to her ended up like trying to fight with her, with the lady, with the wife, and then they both jump in the car and they get up out of there. So she was like, yeah, you know, my husband, he lost his life trying to defend this lady, and she was trying to fight me after my husband got shot, and I was like, dang. Now, the reason I'm telling y'all this story is because this is something really critical, really critical. I was watching Cam Newton show a couple days ago, and he had Charleston White on there, and Charleston White was saying like, yeah, man, if I seen a man whooping this female or whatever, I'm minding my business. And Cam Newton was like, no, I'm gonna do something and this and that. And, you know, both of them had valid points, but now that I think about it, it was another situation, man. This is why I need to get the feel of the audience for y'all to let me know how y'all feel about this, because I got stories on top of stories of men interfering with other men's situations, and the woman be getting beat and abused and all this and that, but she ended up going back with the man. I'll give y'all another story from one of my cousins. So my female cousin, her baby daddy always whipping her out, whipping her tail. And what me and my brothers and her brothers would do every time we see them, we get on them. Not get on them, you know, with guns and stuff, but, you know, putting hands on them. So one day, I'm over there spending the night, we in the projects. I'm spending the night over there. I guess she went to the club, me and him down there playing Madden. She went to the club, she came back around 3 o'clock in the morning. When she came in, I was already kind of sleepy, so I just went upstairs because, you know, I figured they probably wanted some alone time. So I go upstairs and I'm trying to go to sleep and I hear them arguing. So I'm like, oh man, here we go again. So it's like I hear him arguing, but he not really trying to get real extra loud because he know I'm upstairs. But it done got to a point where I heard boom. So I instantly jump up and I like kick the stairs because they had a townhouse, like the first level and the second level, and I'm upstairs. So I hear this loud boom noise. So I get up out the bed and I jog down the stairs and I see her getting up slowly. And he looked at me, he got big deer eyes, like, oh shoot. So I'm just standing there seeing what's about to happen next. And she was like, you gonna slam me? You gonna slam me? Dante, beat his A. And I'm just sitting, now at this point, y'all, I'm just sitting on the stairs because I know he had to slam her. But all I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, she done been with this dude for 2 years. And they all, what would she do if I wasn't here? So I'm just sitting, I'm like, all right. I said, all right, bro, chill out, go upstairs and go sleep. But he like, no, man, forget that, man. I know she F'd somebody while she was at the club, man. I can tell, man, because it's the smell that she be having, bro. It's the smell that she be having when we be having sex, bro. And no, I ain't going for that. Now, I'm gonna be real, y'all. This is why I say people gotta stay out of people's business, and I know we got females in our family and men supposed to protect these women, but women, y'all make it hard for us, especially if you out there doing dirt, especially like, come on, man. So she like, yeah, I did, that's why your D small and all this and that. And he like, what? And all I know is his hand went up like this. And before, I don't know how I got down there so quick, but his hand went up like this and come down, and I grabbed him like this. Now, Jules was a little bit taller than me and a little bit bigger than me, right? So when I grabbed him like this, he kind of like shoved me off, like kind of slinged me that way. So then I'm like, oh, hold on, dude just threw me off my balance. So I end up grabbing him this way, and I'm holding him, and he holding me, so we both gripped. And she like punching him on the back of his head, and she done punched me a couple times. I'm like, yo, chill. So me and him basically tussling like this. So he like, man, Dante, let me go, bro. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all. The way I was feeling, I'm like, yo, And please don't crucify me in the comment section. I'm just a human. I'm only human. But I feel what dude's saying. Because it's like, if I had a girl and she went out to the club and she got some heavy D from a cat, and I know when we mess around, there's a certain smell she give off, and I smell that strongly, nah, man, you can't tell me nothing. I mean, I ain't gonna put my hands on her, but at the same time, you know, we gonna have an issue. And, you know, I always, and here's a disclaimer, y'all. Y'all know how Donta give it up. But at the same time, I tell men all the time, if you feel like you gotta put your hands on a woman, get out of there. Get out of there. But if you can't get out of there for whatever situation, whatever the circumstance is, Donta say, at best, you can grab a woman and restrain her. Never ball your fist up, never open your hand. You can grab a woman and restrain her if she's trying to attack you. Okay? Let me know how y'all feel about that in the comment section. So, as me and him tussling, I'm thinking I really don't even want to do nothing to him, because I can beat this dude one-on-one, but we over here tussling at this point. But I'm really thinking to myself like, dang, what am I even doing? Even back then when I was that age, what was I, like 20 at this time? And I'm thinking to myself like, if one of my chicks, because I was a player back then, if one of my chicks would have did that to me, like, dog, Donta, you better get out my face with that. Oh, Joe, chill out. But I mean, I'm in a tough bind, y'all, because my cousin, my female cousin, is in the wrong all the way. And dude, I would have snapped too probably. So I'm really not trying to throw punches with this dude, but at the same time, I don't want him kicking my cousin's tail. So I basically like switch my brain from being offensive and trying to like could probably go there with dude. So I'm like, you know what? No, let me just get him out the house and we go walk and go talk. So I'm like, come on, bro, let's just go outside. So my demeanor, my whole tone changed. It went from me being aggressive to understanding. I'm like, all right, bro. Come on, I get it, bro. Come on, let's go. So I'm so now I done let this hand go and I'm pushing her back because she said he's trying to pop off on him. So I'm pushing her back. So I'm kind of muscling him outside the door. So we get out there. He like, man, I swear to God, man, I'm tired of this beat, man. She always cheating on me, bro. Man, and he doing this. How would you feel, bro, if your people cheating on you? How would you feel if your people cheating on you, bro? And he like, man, I'm just sick of this, man. I swear to God, man, So I'm trying to calm him down. We just walking and talking, right? So, after that, he calmed down. We go back to the house. He sleep on the couch. I go back upstairs. She upstairs, passed out drunk, right? The next morning, they downstairs. I overslept, whatever. They downstairs. And like nothing happened at all. But when I woke up, Donta was sore. I'm talking about, I felt like with all this shifting and moving and tussling with dude, yo, I felt like I just got hit by a Mack truck. I woke up sore. And I was just thinking to myself, when I got downstairs and seen them all lovey-dovey and all that, I'm thinking like, why did I even go through all that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sweating and carpet burn and joints all hurting just for them to be, I don't know, y'all. Let me know how y'all feel about that. Let me know how y'all feel about this whole video, because I really want to know, because at best, it's like, it's hard for me because I just don't like seeing anybody get pummeled, okay? But it's one of them things that even if you want to choose your battle to break up a fight, you just never know what could happen, man. It's like, I don't know, even to this day, man, it's like, will Donta break up a fight when a man putting his hands on a woman? Probably, but the way I go about it will probably be like, I might have my hands open like this and be like, come on, bro, like, probably grabbing at the dude and saying words like, come on, bro, don't do this. You don't want to go to jail. Stuff like that. I don't know. Cause I don't want the guy to feel like I'm invading his space, or I'm trying to punk him, or trying to cause any physical harm to him. At best, I want this to stop, but at the same time, I don't want to come off as a threat. I want to come and like, listen to me, bro. Stop doing this. You don't want to go to jail. This is not right. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something else. I'm gonna tell this story. I'm gonna give y'all a different story at a later time. There was a woman. I seen the video. I can't play it on YouTube because they're gonna flag this video. But I seen a video that when I first seen it, my heart went out to the girl. It went out to the girl. Hence the thumbnail. So you got this chick. She at this gas station. And maybe y'all seen the video. But she at the gas station. It's like 3 dudes trying to pull her out of a car. And when they get her out the car, they get to putting hands and feet on her. And then like 5 more people jump in, and like 10. Now you got like a whole mob trying to get at this girl, right? Or they getting at her. So she get in the stove. And she like trying to get behind the counter, and they basically beating the brakes off of her. Turns out, now me watching the video, I thought it was some gang stuff. They just caught a chick from another neighborhood and they said, yo, it is what it is. But turns out she set somebody up, and whoever she set up, this was the brother of that person that got set up that lost his life. Now, when it comes to situations like that, Donta is not the judge or the jury, okay? But women, Donta try to go to bat for y'all all the time. But in that case, I can't say nothing about that. I can't. And if y'all disagree with me in the comment section, let me know. Because it is some, and I know I've been called a simp. People been saying, oh, Donta, always trying to save an H, Captain Save an H. No, it's not that, man. Because right is right and wrong is wrong. But women, y'all gotta do better out here. Donta can't keep coming to y'all defense when y'all doing stuff like that. Alright, so with that, Donta love y'all. Y'all hit that like button, share this video, and let me know in the comment section how y'all feel about if a man is putting hands on a woman, should another man intervene?
Hey, did you know that I do promotions now? I promote all social media channels such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, I promote it. Also, I promote products and businesses also. So if you need promo, get in contact with me. Alright y'all, it's the fall season. Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I got hoodies for you. I got shirts for you. I even got coffee mugs for you. Y'all see that hat? Y'all see that pillow? Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you click this video. Until next time. Welcome to another episode of the Donta Show Network Story Times, where I tell prison stories, hood stories, and supernatural stories.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
So, being that you've been to prison, I always wanted to ask, what happens to guys that come to prison or jail with bad charges for touching a child, messing with a child?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that once a judge gives somebody 5 years after they done penetrated a child, do you think that person should just get that time and just have a just go through prison normal, like a regular inmate?
No, and I honestly don't think 5 years is enough time.
Right. So there was this white dude that came through, and you know, when he came in there, all right, so who the heck is that?
Oh.
Can you cut that phone off for me, please? I'm sorry, y'all, for disrupting. We got to keep these phones off. But there was a guy that came in, and me being the pod boss, we have this thing what you would call kangaroo court. You ever heard of kangaroo court?
I have heard it from you. Yes.
What do you know about kangaroo court?
When the prisoners have y'all own justice system, I guess y'all have y'all own court,
Yeah.
to decide what happens to the prisoner or whatever.
Yeah. So me being the pod boss at this time, I was appointed the judge to hear out this dude's case. Now, in his paperwork, he was convicted of penetrating a 5-year-old girl. And so when the case came to me, now at this time, I was getting super religious at this time. So one would say Dante, towards the end of his bed, grew super soft, if that makes sense. Because usually I will rule with an iron fist, and justice will be, how can I put it? Justice will be administered swiftly with immediate violence if you come in there with charges like that. I don't even got to go through the whole paperwork thing and the whole kangaroo court thing. I just sentence the person to a vicious beating or worse, and that'll just be it. But I heard this case out, and I said to myself, okay, he violated a 5-year-old child, damaged a 5-year-old child. Okay. Like I said, I was at the end of my bed, so I could have easily gave a decree for, him to get violated the way that he violated the child. Mm-hmm. Back in them days, I would say an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If you violated a woman or a child, then it's only right that you get violated. And, there was guys in there that was more than willing to administer that type of get down. Okay. And but like I said, at the end of my bed, I really wasn't on it like that. So I said this. My judgment for this white guy that came in there that did that, I told them that he got to go to the prison shower, take a shower, and while he's in there, I had everybody to get these shower shoes, right? But in the shower shoes, it was little pieces of glass that was inside. Now, like the Crocs, how your Crocs look, right? Yeah. But imagine the Crocs being really hard. Okay. So, these guys, I'm not going to say where the glass came from, but you would break up the glass and you would put it all on the shower shoes, right? And you will press it until it's,
embedded in there.
Embedded in there. Thank you for that. So, dude would go get in the shower, be wet, and about 10 guys would just beat him. Ooh. Beat him for about 5 minutes with the shower shoes that got the glass embedded in it. After that, there was a couple guys that really wanted to adhere to the old law, which is an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Meaning, it's some guys in here that really want to go up in them. Okay. And I said, due to me being me now, I'm not going to have that on my conscience because, number one, I don't condone homosexuality, no matter if a guy violated somebody. But I just, this is the terror dome. In prison, it's the terror dome. So, I felt like him getting beat in the manner that he got beat was enough, but other cats wanted more. Honestly, I think that some of these guys that wanted more sexually to do with him was just horny and just wanted to, get freaky with him.
Okay, so he got the judgment, and that was just a one-time thing. He got it, and he served his sentence. Okay, so what's supposed to happen for the remainder of the 5 years? Because, like you said, one would think that's not enough. He got his tail beat this time, but you still got an additional
5 years to go. Well, the normal thing, he will get extorted. Meaning, if he got money or he got family out there that's sending him money, let's just say if he get $100 a week, so $400 a month. Me personally, I would get half of that off the rip. Me being who I was, I get half off of that off the rip. So I would make $200 off him from the get-go, and then maybe the other 200 will go to whatever ruling gang that's in that pod or done got their claws into him. He'll get beat probably on the daily. You know, he'll walk around there, and if a dude having a bad day or whatever, he probably just get punched in the mouth or just slapped up, or it's just what really in reality what would happen is he would check in. Okay. He would end up going to the hole. He'll go to the guards and tell, like, I fear for my life. I mean, just look at me. And then they'll take him out of there and put him in the hole. That's normally what would happen. Okay. But then when you get these intimidation tactics, it's always a mind thing that you would tell them, like, if you tell what we did to you, we got guards on payroll, and they'll get at you in the in solitary confinement. Meaning you want to go home, right? So if you want to go home, you're going to take these beatings, you're going to pay that bread, and then for some of these like booty bandits that like men, it's the same play. They'll tell them, like, listen, you only got 5 years, so you only got to deal with me for 5 years, right? So keep your mouth closed, give me what I want, and before you know it, you'll be going home. Yeah, before you know you won't be going home. And matter of fact, how these booty bandits is, they're telling, let me just have you for a whole year. Because it's plenty of these type of guys that come through here. So it's like they rotate them. So he'll be with them for a couple months, get tired of them, give them off to somebody else. And it's like a merry-go-round. So that's typically what happens to dudes that violate childs up in there. They get extorted, they get beat, they get violated. Even when they go to the hole, because you're not even safe in the hole, really.
Is there other people in there?
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh,
I never knew that. I thought when you went to the hole, it was just you and I don't know. You see in the movies, darkness in a cell, or light.
No. See, typically, like in prison, you got dormitories where you walk in there and it's like 100 men bunk beds, right? Mm-hmm. You got that. You got pods where it's like 2-man cells. Okay. Where you and somebody else in there on a bunk bed. Okay. And y'all got your own cell. And then you got single man cells, but that's typically high security, meaning you can't be in a cell with nobody else because you're a danger. Okay. But in a hole, you typically be in there by yourself. Okay. And but here's the thing about it. Depending on where you at and how the hole is set up, dudes can do you dirty. You could be, somebody could get a cup, and pee in it, poop in it. Just do the unthinkable inside of that cup. And when they walking past your cell, they can throw it on you. Okay. They call it gassing. Or in Chicago, they call it hitting you with a Glock dookie.
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to know the ingredients of that?
No, I'm good.
So, and like I said, when you come in there with charges like that, it's just not the inmates you got to worry about. Oh no, it's not just the inmates you got to worry about. You got to worry about the guards too. Because think about it. You a guard, right? Okay. You got a 5-year-old daughter.
And then you heard about these children.
Matter of fact, you got a 5-year-old daughter, and a pervert been looking at your 5-year-old daughter. And you've been dealing with that out there in the street, or your niece or something, right? And then you hear about this dude that violated a 5-year-old girl, and you come to work and you read that file and you hearing the word, and you back there in solitary confinement. There's no cameras back there, and you in charge of giving him his food, and you feeling some type of way. Let me tell you a quick story, right quick, real quick. So we was in the hole, right, and long story short, it was a chomo that was back there, and for 3 days, I'm not going to say the deputy name. I'm not even going to say what prison it was. I'm not even going to say the dude charges. But for 3 days, they would give us a sack lunch. This is before they gave us the food loaf. You know what a food loaf is?
Tell me.
What do you think a food loaf is?
What I heard was it was a bunch of stuff combined to make a meat patty.
So basically, a food loaf is basically, let's say they done made goulash, they done had Caesar salad, potatoes, oatmeal, boiled eggs, all of the stuff that they done made for the prior 5 days. They get all that stuff and just mix it.
Oh, that's wrong.
Mix it, and then they'll bake it, right? And then they'll give you like a handful of it. And that's all you get is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Now, now you got vindictive people in there.
That's vindictive.
Yeah.
Doing that.
That's torture.
Lord, yeah.
But no, before they was giving these food, because I guess something happened to the oven or whatever that they baked this stuff in. They was giving us peanut butter sandwiches.
Just straight peanut butter?
Do you see where I'm going with this?
Continue.
So for 3 days they was giving us peanut butter sandwiches, right? And the guy was like 3 cells down from me. And I would hear, oh, man, that's wrong, man. That's so wrong, man. I'm going to die in here, man. That's wrong. And I hear this female deputy like, man, shut up. Shut up. Eat it. Right? But then I always smell like this crap smell. Right? So I'm thinking like, okay, like what? It didn't dawn on to me what he was eating. Basically, I don't know if this female guard was taking a dump on his sandwich.
Or bringing in her dog shit. I mean,
I don't know.
It could have been a multitude of things.
Yeah, whatever it is. And how I know what happened on the 3rd day of this was going. Now remember, this is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So he was eating poop sandwiches. He ate 9 poop sandwiches.
I'm not on his side at all because, he did something horrible, but I wouldn't have ate that damn sandwich. That's where I draw the line. I'm not eating that sandwich. You'll have to beat me, mace me, whatever you got to do, but I'm not eating this sandwich.
Let me ask you this. When you hear this saying, he was sold for cheap in prison, what comes to mind?
I want to say, prostituting a dude for a bag of chips, a honey bun, I don't know.
Now, how do that sound to you as a female when you hear about another man pimping out another man in prison, basically telling him, hey, go down to that cell and go have sex with this guy, and he gonna give you 5 bags of noodles?
See, it sounds wrong, but at the same time, I can't speak on prison politics or that system. You know what I'm saying? Like, these men in here, no telling what they did to get in there. Some of them might be innocent. I don't know. But I can't tell them how to operate up in there. It sounds horrible. I mean, I wouldn't.
It is horrible.
Yeah. I wouldn't want nobody to be sold, period, male or female. But, I mean.
So, see, this is my thing, man. And I want to make this clear for the people that be thinking that all prison dudes condone prison rape. No. Let's put it this way. If a guy that is not a homosexual end up getting overpowered by another man that's way stronger than him or got him at knife point and he take him, we frown upon that, right?
Yeah, now that's foul.
Yeah.
That's foul.
But it's what happens next. Like after the guy get done doing what he doing, it's supposed to be immediate death after that. You're supposed to get a hold of a knife or a glass, do something to get your get back. You know, that's what us inmates respect, is what you do afterwards. If you couldn't beat this man because he was physically stronger than you, and he was just on some sexual deviant type stuff, then yeah, he got to go. But then again, the problem is this. The next question is people going to say, oh, well, Dante, why didn't y'all intervene? Why y'all don't stop this? Well, I talked about this before, right? Matter of fact, you asked me.
Why didn't you guys intervene or stop it?
It's like this. Let's say if an inmate come in here, right? And you warned, because I did this before, and he told on me. There was this young white dude that came through, right? And this known booty bandit that liked young white boys was catering to him. Okay. And what do cater mean? He was being over friendly. He was giving him white t-shirts, giving him commissary. This picture, you got this young white boy, 20 years old, maybe weigh 130, maybe about 5'8", about your height is, right? Then you got this big, black, bald head dude like John Coffey. Okay. That come out of nowhere. Hey man, how you doing, man? Listen, my name is blah 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 blah. Here go. You hungry? You don't know this man from nobody, right? Yeah. You don't know that you never met this man, and he giving you bags of hot Cheetos. He's giving you honey buns. He giving you Mountain Dews. He tell you, hey man, you look strong, man. You look strong. Look, flex your muscle, flex your muscle.
Like he flirting
right?
with
him. Yeah. Then he touch you.
On stuff. No,
touching on you. Yeah, right. And then, and this is one of the signs I tell people, man. It's okay to have a workout partner, but if you got a guy like these dudes, if you give them an inch, they gonna take a mile. Now, when you land on your back, right, and you doing the weight bar like this, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Where do you think that man's supposed to be standing? That's supposed to be spotting you?
Like, I know he's supposed to be like behind him, not on his head, but enough to secure.
So I done seen this happen where the guy will be literally, his damn nuts.
Oh my God.
Will be literally right there on dude's forehead, and it's like your dog bag up because he know what he's doing.
If his nuts on his forehead,
no, it's not literally his face. It's not literally on his nuts, you know.
I'm just saying.
But it's right there. Like dude, bag up.
Yeah.
But some of these dudes be like, they let it ride. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to speak up, or I might offend him or something like that. You got to speak. What did Cat Williams say about Diddy? You got to tell him no. You got to tell these dudes, yo, hey, I don't feel comfortable you standing over me like that, because you like bag up or move to the side a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So they do stuff like that. All the touchy feeling, the working out thing, always when y'all playing basketball. Now I get you supposed to guard the person, but you ain't gotta be all up on them. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you just pressing your whole body on top of this man.
What if the person is just, not taking away from the flirting and stuff, but what if another person is just overly aggressive, like all up on you in your face and stuff? Is that a pass?
No, it ain't no passes. See, let me tell you something. You don't get no passes. There's no passes. There's no
I see people out here in the world that be all on people all.
Well, you heard about a lot of these athletes like that though. Think about it. Dwight Howard, he said, what I do with my beefcake is my business. He never denied it. 2 transsexuals came out and said that he held them hostage. He never denied it. He just said that's my business, and they exaggerating. If somebody came out and asked me, Dante, is it true that 2 transsexuals is accusing you, Dante, of holding them hostage, and you laying heavy pipe onto one of them? I'm not going to sit up there and say my beefcake is my business.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to say, man, I ain't gay. But hey, these are these dudes. It is what it is. But like I said, you cannot give nobody passes because, like I said, in prison, these dudes that be doing stuff like that, they done had so many years to practice. They got this down to a science. They like, okay, when I work out with him, I'm just gonna be extra close. Okay, so if he say back up, like chill, okay, I'm gonna back up. My bad, bro. Okay. Right? But then when y'all go to the lunchroom, he always got a seat for you, either across from him or right next to him. And then it get to a point where when he trying to isolate you, like an abusive man, he trying to isolate you. You over there talking to some dudes or whatever. And he just somehow be ducked off in a corner and eyesight of you like this, like yo, come here or something, or he just come
like
right
watching his woman.
Yeah, like you watching this woman, and or he just come right there in the middle of the whole conversation and like, yo, bro, let me talk to you right quick.
Okay, so let me ask then, what if you've been in jail for a multitude or prison, whatnot, for a multitude of years, and one of your family members or your best friend or something come in? Is it okay to like hug them and be extra? I mean, you ain't seen them in years. You ain't touched a family member in years.
Listen,
you can't hug them and cry. I done heard stories.
I know.
Yeah, like oh my God, my brother, I ain't seen him in 20 years.
Listen, I got you. I got you.
Okay.
You ain't never hear about the homies raping the homies? Yeah. So in Cali, right? There was this dude that they call Big Cadillac, right? Okay. And he was a Crip dude from whatever neighborhood, I forget. And he was down for he was locked up in the mid-70s. Big dude, right? Okay. And basically when the younger homies would come in there, they'd get put in a cell with him and he'd rape them. So they'd come in and like, yo, what's up, OG? What's up, OG? You're like, yeah, what's up? Yeah, man, I'm from such and such hood. Oh, I am too. Oh, yeah, you know this person. Yeah, I grew. Yeah, yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah, we know each other, right? And then while you sleep, the dude creep up on you. And let me tell y'all something too. When you in prison, never sleep on your stomach. Don't be laying in the bed with your ass up in the air. When you sleep in prison, lay against the wall. Have your back against the wall, okay? Because you would think this is common sense. But
okay, it sounds like you really ain't got a safe way to sleep. Because if your behind is to the wall, your mouth is on the outside. What if you wake up with a D in your face?
If you wake up with no, it ain't happening like that. Oh my gosh. Well, what happened is if I'm laying and I'm laid like this, right, and there's a man standing in front of me with his penis out, my first reaction is gonna be bow. Okay. I'm gonna punch you right in his penis, and then I'm getting out that bed and I'm going all the way out. That's number one. Okay. Okay. Because listen, I don't care what nobody say, man. It's a lot of freaky dudes in prison. It's a lot of freaked out dudes in prison, man. And y'all gotta understand, especially these young dudes. These dudes that's 16, that's catching bodies when they 16 years old, right? Let me tell you, well, you wasn't like that. When I was 16, you go through puberty and you really start liking girls, right? So a lot of dudes is horny when they're young like that, right? But imagine never sleeping with a girl, actually, and you catch a body when you're 16. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That sex drive don't go nowhere. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? In fact, it'll get worse. So imagine you 16, 17. That's why these dudes, you know about a situation where juvenile went to juvenile lockup and ended up catching a rape charge on his cellmate. I know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So these dudes' sex drive don't go nowhere. So imagine if and we're supposed to be talking about the homies raping homies, but
because see, that's even different. That's homies. I'm talking about you and
family members.
Family members.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Here
brother, you go. Y'all close.
I'm about to tell you something. I don't know. Maybe I want to say this was last year. Do you remember when I came home when I was downtown? When I was like, dang, man, I feel bad. I feel hurt. because one of my homeboys that I grew up with, that he was locked up since he was 15. I'm 36. This was, 18 years ago? He been locked up for 18 years? And I said, they got him. That guy?
Yeah, I remember.
Imagine me getting, let's say, because he just got out a couple months when I see him.
Yeah.
But imagine if I came in there like 3 months before he got out and I seen him. I don't know that guy.
You don't know no more.
I don't know no more.
Yeah, I get that.
Prison done changed this person. For the worse, obviously.
Yeah.
And then and let's just say like an uncle. Like I heard a story. I ain't even gonna say that one. I heard, but you can see what I'm going with this, where you got a cousin, your best cousin, but he been gone for 20 years. And he come in there, you come in there, and he embrace you with a hug. You thinking he said, "Oh, I love you, this is my fam, blah, 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 blah." But then you feel something poking down there. "Oh, my bad, bro, right?
Oh, yeah.
You see,
that's all he been around. Yeah,
that's all he been around. Then he feel like, it's a real sick dudes, man.
I guess my mind is going to, everybody can't be like that. Like,
no, everybody's not.
Because I just heard an interview about a guy. He was locked up for whatever he was doing, and he had got 20 plus years. And he ain't seen his brother in years. But then, because he was younger than him, then he followed his footsteps, ended in jail too. Now the brother got 20 to life, but he only got like 10 years or so. Yeah. It just so happens the guard was like, "We got a roommate for you or cellmate for you. You go be happy about this." And the dude like, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it turned out to be his brother. And he said they hugged, they cried, they stayed up talking, reminiscing, drinking and hooching, yada yada, living it up. I mean,
there are success stories like that. Yeah. I'm not no, hold up, y'all. I'm not saying everybody that's family members. I'm not saying that everybody that's family members that go to prison, that your family going to violate you. I'm not saying that, so y'all chill out. But what I'm saying is that it happens. It does happen. And just think about it, man. If your cousin violates you, are you really going to get out and tell family?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't know.
Well, some people will.
One would say, "No, I'm not going to say nothing." But then others will sing it to the rooftop.
Yeah.
Or even go to the mama. Your son did A, B, and C when we
But
was
you hear that
together.
crazy that sound?
Yeah, but, you got two type of people in the world. Some that want to keep it to themselves, brush it under the rug, and others they like, "No, you about to hear me. I'm about to tell." So whoever go listen, I'm about to say it.
As a woman, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
If you, let's say, see, I don't even know, I don't understand how can a woman turn out a woman? If two women is in the prison cell, right, is in the cell, how, you know what? No, that's going to be a whole nother video. We'll be back.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, did you know that I do promotions now? I promote all social media channels such as Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, I promote it. Also, I promote products and businesses also. So if you need promo, get in contact with me. All right, y'all, it's the fall season. Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I got hoodies for you. I got shirts for you. I even got coffee mugs for you. Y'all see that hat? Y'all see that pillow? Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you click this video. Until next time. Welcome to another episode of the Donta Show Network Story Times, where I tell prison stories, hood stories, and supernatural stories.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
This prison story is about when the prison pimp tried to recruit me and my homeboys. So me and my homies, we in the day room. We didn't go to chow time because we had to discuss some business before we hit the yard because it was about to go down, right? So the prison pimp come in first, and then here come his boys. So they walk across and they go to his cell. Now, all 5 of them go into his cell. And then one pop their head out and they looking towards us. Now, it's me, Tall T, Homicide, and this dude named Jacob, right? So we over here at the table discussing business. But Al was like, hey, man, why dude keep looking over here? So then we all look over that way. And, you know, the gay guy looked at us and then he popped his head back in the cell. So I'm like, maybe they got something crazy going on in there, something that I don't even want to imagine, right? So about 30 seconds later, he popped his head back out. And then he actually stepped out the cell when he looking dead at us. So I'm like, man, what the heck? So then he walked on over there towards us. So the homies got up and they standing like, I'm sitting right here and the homies standing like right here and right here and right here like, yo, what's up? He like, oh, I need to talk to Dante. Can I talk to Dante right quick? I'm like, what's up, man? He like, well, he want to talk to you. I said, what do he want to talk to me for? He was like, he just really want to talk to you. I said, tell him to come out here. And he was like, oh, okay. So then he walked off. So Al looking at me like, man, what's up? What's going on? Like, man, I don't know what dude want. So about 2 minutes go by and he come out the cell, right? And he was like, oh, yeah, can I talk to you for a minute right quick, DT? I said, yeah. So I get up and me and him start walking around the day room. He was like, yeah, man, I see how you be running your crew, man, and you know how y'all be handling business. You ain't never thought about getting in the game? I was like, what you mean getting in the game? Now, the way I said it in my whole demeanor, because I stopped right, my face got scrunched up. When I get upset, you can visibly see me getting upset, right? And I guess when he seen my demeanor, he was like, oh, no, not like that, man. I know you a solid guy. No, nothing like that. I'm just saying, like, you never thought about getting in the game because you know how your bravado is and your demeanor. You know, I can see how, you know, you can expand what you got going on. And I was like, nah, man, I don't get involved with, you know, homosexuality type things. He was like, no, it ain't that, man. You a businessman, right? You a businessman because I'm actually about to get up out of here in a couple years. And, you know, I need my flock taken care of. You know, I still love them and I care about them. I said, listen, no disrespect, but I'm good. I'm straight. He was like, no, listen, you don't understand. I'm trying to tell you it's some real money. It's some real money in this game. So, listen, y'all, in prison, there's always something going on. There's always some type of hustle. There's always somebody trying to get over on you. Everybody wants something, all right? So, and a lot of times the penitentiary is boring. So I'm like, all right, well, so what's your spiel? So he like, well, I'm going to teach you the game. I'm going to let you know how the operation go. I said, all right, so what's up? So we sit over here. Al come over. He like, y'all straight? You straight? While he looking at dude. I was like, yeah, I'm good. Right? So he was like, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, man. You got your partners, man. They love you up in here, man. I'm telling you, man, if you got, I said, whoa, hold up. First of all, me or none of my partners is like that. He like, no, I know that. I know. I'm just saying, man, they loyalty to you is phenomenal, man. Just like the loyalty that they got for me, man. My guys got for me. You know, I'm telling you, man, you can run a tight business, man. And like I said, when I leave, you know, I'm just saying, you can take over. So I'm like, so what's up? He like, listen, I'm going to tell you how I do these things, right? I'm like, all right, what's up? Now, the only reason why I was entertaining the conversation, number one, because I was kind of curious, just like y'all, of how does a man pimp out another man in prison? Now, before we even go any further, let me say this right quick. We got over 125,000 subscribers to this channel. You don't get that plaque right there because nobody think that you entertaining. You don't get that plaque right there because people don't click on your videos and watch your videos and hit the like button. So the reason why I say that is not to gloat, not to boast. What I'm saying is because a lot of you cats, it's about 10 of you new cats that just found this channel. And you got the nerve to say, oh, why Dante always dropping videos about homosexuals and dudes getting turned out? First of all, if, and then y'all want to throw the gay jacking on me. First of all, if every time you see me drop a gay video where I'm talking about somebody getting violated or whatever, why are you always clicking on a video and watching it? So if I'm gay, that makes you 2 times gayer, right? For you clicking on there watching it. Make that make sense. So if you are so bothered by my story time and what I'm putting out, you don't have to click it. You don't have to watch it. Okay? At minimum, you can at least hit the like button. That's at minimum. Anyway, don't make me have to say it again. All right, so I'm like, all right, so what's the spiel? So he like, okay, so this what I normally do. Now, I done told y'all this story many, many times, but I got, for the sake of this video, I have to retell it. So he like, well, you know, when the new inmates come in off the bus, right? I said, yeah. He said, well, yeah, I got one of my guys that work in reception. So when he see somebody that, you know, that I would like, he'll get them transferred to our dorm or at least to the dorm next to us, you know. I said, okay. And he said, after that, you know, I let the other guys know, just like me, like, yo, that's me. That's me. I'm willing to kill, steal, and destroy for that one right there. That's all me, right? And then he said, normally, if you got another guy that's on it just like he is, they usually negotiate. It's like a Democratic party, a democratic system that they do, or a bartering system where you're like, okay, listen, I'm going to let you get him, but the next one, I'm getting. That's all me, right? They freaked out. They do like that, right? So he say, so after that gets sorted out, like, okay, that's mine. Don't nobody touch him. He say, like, the last guy that came in here, he got moved up in our dormitory, right? So he said, like, dude don't even know that he is already bidded on and already owned and processed, right? Before he even get in a dormitory. So he said, I said, so what happens if, let's say you approach a guy and he just ain't with it? He said, no, I'm about to tell you, it's many, many different ways how you do it. I'm like, all right. So he said, the first approach is to be nice. You see the guy, you go up to him and you bring him home. You know, you school him, you know, just like y'all do with cats that come in and get down with y'all. But the way I do it, it's like catering to a woman. You know, if you see a woman that you want to get with, you ain't going to come out and just straight tell her, like, yo, I want to be intimate with you. I want to do things with you. No, you know, you take her out on dates, you know, and them dates look like when we go to the child hall, you sit right here next to me. You want an extra cookie or extra cake? I got you. When it's Burger and Friday, y'all, let me tell y'all something. In prison, there's not too many luxuries in there, okay? But when it's Burger and Friday or it's bone-in chicken day, pause. I said bone-in. Bone-in chicken day, somebody getting killed. Somebody getting hurt. But anyway, he might give you all his fries and be like, there you go ahead and get your strength up or whatever. Or when y'all out there working, it's like a date with, you always with him. He always with you. In the morning time, as soon as the doors crack, he right there walking you to breakfast. He making sure you all right, giving you socks, drawers, t-shirts, commissary, whatever it is, he's catering to you. So he said he'll take that approach first, right? And then be like, that's taking care of all your needs. And he don't even, you know, ask you for nothing to be intimate yet. So then he said he give you all these things or whatever. And then it'll come down to it where he'll come to your cell after about a month or two, after, you real comfortable with him, and tell him like, hey, listen, man, basically I got an itch that I need scratch. And I need for you to look out for me. And he say, wherever the guy answer is, this is where it can go left or it can go right. Now, if the guy be like, what you want me to do? And then he tell him, which I'm not going to say because I don't get into details, as y'all know. But if he tell him like, yo, I want you to do blah, 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 blah with me. And if the guy say yes, then it's all good. So now he say that the hard work is done. But if the guy say no, right? If the guy say no, then he'll get a little aggressive with him and tell him like, man, I've been looking out for you since you got here, and you know what I'm saying? How you gonna flip out on me like that? Like, I've been protecting you. I've been keeping dudes up off you. I've been feeding you, clothing you, taking care of you. You can't take care of me. So he say that it just keep escalating until it get to a point where the dude actually give in. But then he said when it gets to a certain point where dude just won't give in at all, he said this is where I call y'all the military mind games. This is when he'll come in the cell and throw a knife down on the floor and say, pick it up and take my life. And the guy be like, wait, hold on. What you mean take your life? He say, pick the knife up and take my life. So then dude will be like, man, look, I don't want to have nothing to do. I don't know what's going on. And then he said that he walk up to him, and that's when he get aggressive with him, smack him around, and he don't violate him then, but he keep beating him up until dude basically give in over time. And then that's when dude get with the program, and then he end up having him go sleep with other dudes that get down like that in exchange for commissary. Okay. So I'm like, now this was the first time I heard in depth. Now I heard the rumors of, this is how he did it. This is how dudes get control over other guys and stuff like that. But I never heard it in this great detail of how he tells me. Now it makes sense. It's like fear, intimidation, the gift of gab. These dudes don't always have to be violent with you. They literally can talk you out of your drawers. Literally. So he telling me this, and I'm like, nah, man, that ain't nothing I want to get involved with. I'm straight, man. I'm good. He like, but I'm telling you, it's a lot of money. I said, listen, man, all money ain't good money. You know what I mean? And I said, the way that I'm programming in here for me and my partners, man, we can't have that type of stigma to us. Like, hey, there go Dante and this crew, the extortion / booty bandits. Like, come on, man. If we got these type of guys in our crew hanging with us, and we having them go out doing things and getting money, come on. Somebody gonna spread a rumor saying, man, y'all can't tell me that Dante and this crew ain't messing with them. You can't tell me they done ducked off somewhere, and you know what I'm saying? So I said, no, I'm good, man. I don't even get out like that, man. He was like, well, I'm just saying, man, y'all can be running things. Like I said, I'm finna be gone in a couple of years, and somebody gonna have to pick it up. And like I said, I see that you a good businessman, and I'm just saying, man, I can teach you the game. I said, listen, there's a couple things that I don't get involved with, and that's drugs and boys. I don't get involved with them two for obvious reasons. And for the people out there that's wondering, like, Dante, you wasn't into the drug game? No. The reason why I didn't get in the drug game in prison was because it was too complicated. You got dudes that are jealous of you, that'll see you shining, getting all that money, all that commissary, right? And then they get jealous, and all they got to do is drop a kite. And dudes like to run their mouth. And there's nothing like a dope fiend or scorn dope fiend, right? That is scorn. That will drop a dime on you and tell on you. Set you up, just like in the streets. A dope fiend, the dope fiend might be jonesing and can't get no commissary to give you exchange for what he trying to get, right? And he'll tell on you. It's just too complicated, man. You got it where because me being who I am, if I did get in that game, I would never have that stuff in my cell. I would have somebody else selling it for me. But here's the problem with that. The problem with that is that, let's say somebody asks for a dime, right? They ask for a dime. You go give that person a dime, right? They come back to you and say, yo, this wasn't a dime. This was a 7.5, right? Or a nick worth. Now, my runner got an issue with this guy because he said he gave him something that he said that he didn't give him, right? And now this coming to me, messing up my money. Now I gotta send my goon squad to go over there and go handle that. And it's just too much drama, man. It's just too much drama. Dudes always trying to get over on cats. It's just always something, man. But anyway, that's why I don't get involved with that, because it's just too complicated. I was just comfortable and with what me and my crew was doing, which was offering protection for inmates that couldn't survive in prison, inmates that was terrified of getting beat up or getting ran up on by a booty bandit or something, right? So me and my homeboys protected these guys for exchange of money and commissary, all right? And let me tell y'all something. I don't care what anybody say. If you got the money, you gonna spend for protection. You can believe that, right? Now, here's the thing. It don't make you soft. It don't make you a coward. It's just, who really want problems? You know what I mean? If you don't have to deal with certain things in prison, get the services. Get the services. You know, I didn't charge that much. It's like $100 a week, $400 a month that I had to split between 2-3 people. You know what I mean? So, like I said, if you got the money to protect yourself, man, go ahead and spend that bread, because somebody like me will appreciate it. If you enjoyed this prison story, click on this video right here. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month, so that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Coming from a female, what does a woman getting turned out by another woman look like in prison? Now, I know you never been in prison, but being a female, what does that look like? Because we all know what a male turnout will look out for another male, but you never really hear about how a female perspective, what do that look like?
I can only assume, because like you said, I've never been to prison, but I'm thinking it's just like how it would be in, like for a male prison. You got either the woman is courting the female, giving her snacks and, flirting with her, doing stuff like that, showing that she's interested. Or B, there's a timid, weaker woman and a butch woman, forcing herself. You my girl, and, and the other one don't stand up for herself. That's the only thing I can see. Because, yeah, one is getting courted, one is getting forced, but then you got some that might already be curious.
Okay.
And now you locked up, you never been with a woman, but you like, well, hell, there ain't nothing but women here. I might as well do what I got to do to get this, itch scratched.
Oh, well, itch scratch. So what is an itch scratch for the uneducated people out there?
Basically, sexually speaking, make you get your rocks off it.
Okay. Now, the beginning I said a turnout. Like, Okay, so you got like the Fleece Johnsons telling a cat, we can do it the easy way or the hard way. But let's just say there's two females that's in a cell locked in together. Okay. Right? And it's 2:00 in the morning. What can you envision that? What is that? Like what? How can she turn out? Does she got like a broomstick?
See, that's the thing. I'm getting confused with the word "turned out."
Well, okay, I
have gay friends.
Okay.
And when we say turn out, we mean like I was straight, but now.
Okay, well, no, not that. Now. Basically, what I'm saying, like, how is she going to take it? If you got this straight female, and then you got this other female that want her cookies, how is she taking her cookies?
I'm assuming it has to be like in the male prison, a bigger, scarier, whatever, intimidating more female coming after a weaker vessel.
No, I know they in the cell though.
Probably you either about to the easy way or the hard way.
But what is that? I'm asking.
Hey, I'm not there.
No, I'm saying because
maybe she beat her up and hold her down and lick her. I don't
know. So basically, a woman violating another woman is her going down on her. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what do that look like?
Inserting fingers into her while she knocked out. I don't know.
So that's a turnout.
If that's by your definition.
No, it ain't my definition. Because, listen.
Because like I said, the definition I know of from my friends that was gay, turning out is basically, okay, I'm straight.
Right. No, I get that. I get that. I get if a straight woman, right, is kicking it with a gay girl and they end up doing what they do and then she end up turning gay. Yeah. I get that. Okay. But what I'm saying is, the assault. What does the assault look like in the prison cell with two women? Like
sodomized? I don't know.
But a woman can't. She ain't got no penis. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
if men could get glass and brooms and poles or whatever hell they get up in there, I'm sure a woman can too.
So that's what you think that is? A penetration of a object?
That's the only way I mean. How else would they penetrate her? Would they go get some?
I don't know. Earlier you said a finger, or she pulled her pants out and licked her. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure out from a woman's perspective.
I cannot answer how a woman will get turned out in prison because I've never been in prison turned out. I can assume they use what they have on them, the tongue, the fingers, or they add other stuff and get brutally creative.
So you trying to say they can make a customized glizzy?
Let me tell you something.
Do you know what a glizzy is?
From what you tell me, can I say dildo?
Yeah.
Dildo. Some type of dildo, which is, let me just put
wait, I thought a glizzy was a hot dog.
I've been told that they've been making weird names for dildos, because that's stupid.
Yeah. So basically, okay, whatever you were saying, you can get back to it.
The only thing I can say is, hey, lunchtime they serving cucumbers with the salad. Somebody is in charge of cutting them up and put a cucumber to the side. They can use that as
a glizzy.
A glizzy, as you put it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of. I would think that it is different in a female's prison than it is in a male's prison. I'm not saying that a woman cannot be violated by another woman. I'm not saying that another woman can't, do something terribly wrong to another woman just because she a woman, that it ain't the same, double standards, all that stuff. I think a woman, if she's a weaker vessel, and I'm not trying to call her weak, but more timid, shyer, not gonna stand up for herself, speak up for herself, can be taken advantage of by a super rough, tough, masculine, manly woman.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I believe that's possible. However, there are a lot of women who are curious. Okay. There are a lot of women who are already bisexual. There are a lot of women who are gullible and
the gullible.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And thinking, this woman is just trying to be my friend. And whole time she courting her and want to be her woman. You get what I'm saying? I mean, it is what it is.
Listen, y'all, if there are any women out there that been to prison, maybe y'all can give us some better insight on what a woman turnout actually look like. get in contact with me so we can get a better insight of what that actually looked like. Let me ask you this. So, have you ever been locked up before?
No.
You ever been to jail? Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. What do you think? Do you believe in aliens?
I'm not gonna say I don't believe in aliens. I'm sure that there's something out here that's
intelligent,
unexplainable. You know.
Well, what I'm getting into is, you know, they be talking about. I don't really want to say it, but they call it. You ever heard of like aliens abducting people and they doing like anal probing?
Yeah, I have heard that. My thing is, people. I cannot take away from people's stories, whether it's about an alien abduction, a spiritual story, whatever the case may be, supernatural. That's their life. That's their story. It ain't my job to decipher if it's real or it's not real. Until that comes into my life and I experience myself, I can't speak on that.
Yeah, because what would be the deal with an alien probing like that? Like, what are they trying to find out? Because to my understanding, there's nothing to see when you do that.
I think they say, you know, from the anus, you put something in and looking. I don't know.
But what are you trying to look? You would think that you would.
Like you could get the same thing achieved if you put it through the mouth or through the ear or the eye socket. I don't know.
So either three things will go on with this. Either the person that's telling the story is just freaked out.
Okay.
That's number one. They just freaked out and they got a freaky alien anal probe fetish.
Okay.
Right? The second thing is that if this is true, that means that the aliens are freaky.
Because why would you think the anus?
Of all things.
Because the man, you know, just got the, they got.
No.
I'm just saying, who would think just the anus?
Why well, they say that's like the ultimate, the ultimate thermostat. Like to take the temperature, ain't it? Or I'm wrong?
Yeah, for dogs.
Oh.
I know that to get an accurate dog temperature, you go through the rectum. I know through the under the tongue for the mouth and in the underarm, you get a good temperature. But I don't know. I ain't never did the anus.
I'm
just thinking because I'm really thinking, have I ever did that like temperature for my baby?
Being that you was in the medical field.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: I
know dogs though for sure.
If there are any aliens out there, anybody that might be more knowledgeable with this, I'm gonna start doing call-ins. Y'all got the number. If y'all want to have conversations on this podcast, just reach out to me. We can talk about any and everything. But right now, I'm really curious. Not that I'm curious about. Well, I guess I'm curious. Why would an alien go out bad like that?
Oh my gosh.
You know what I'm saying? Why would these things supposed to be superior. They supposed to have all the knowledge of the universe, but you come down here and kidnap cows and sheep and stuff and humans and have them spread eagle style on a slab table, and then you get this probe thing like ET and insert it in a rectum. For what? What do you I don't.
Because you would think they would have power to just touch the forehead and get all your knowledge and all. I don't know.
Unless they just some freaked out, freaky beings, and that they just on some demonic sexual predator type.
I wouldn't put it past some type of demonic sexual. Yeah, that's weird.
Speaking of aliens and food, did you hear about how they sitting up there? They got this fake food out here now.
Yeah. Like fake lettuce. I actually seen that being made.
It
looked like wax. Like they had put a bunch of wax and start folding it to look like cabbage and lettuce.
Now, is they selling that and people eating that? Because as soon as you bite into it, no, that's not true. That's not true. You can't tell.
No, you can't tell. It looks real.
Let me see. Fake chicken and beef. Because they had an article out here talking about lab grown. Yep. I'm about to play this out loud for you, man. This is so messed up. This is so messed up.
That was just approved for sale in the U.S. Could be headed to your dinner. We are back with a new lab-grown chicken that was just approved for sale in the U.S. Could be headed to your dinner plate. Devin Dwyer has the details. Good morning, Devin.
Hey, good morning, George. Americans ate 75 billion pounds of red meat and chicken last year, but what if some of that meat was not raised on farms, but instead of high-tech facilities? Scientists say that could be good for the environment and your health, and soon it could be on menus and store shelves. This morning, the USDA has approved cell-cultivated meat to be sold to the public for the first time.
So that's where it all starts, just a few cells.
2 cultivated meat producers now getting the green light to begin commercially selling their chicken, not raised on a farm, but in a facility. The meat is grown using real animal cells and large bioreactors fed with nutrients. I recently got a tour of California-based Upside Foods, the nation's first and largest cultivated meat producer. You're making chicken in there.
Yeah, so if you look at this is approximately a 200 plus liter tank. And we take cells from a chicken or an egg. It takes 2 weeks to grow the equivalent of 1 chicken, 1,000 chickens, or 100,000 chickens.
So you're saying at this factory you can make more meat faster and cleaner than an average farmer?
Well, ultimately, yes.
The company says cell-cultivated meat could help feed the world's booming population using a fraction of the land and water of
Don't that sound like the beginning of a scary movie, like a plague wiping out the world?
Yeah.
Like,
Because my first thought, okay, y'all using the cell, so that's how they can say it is animal, but they can add stuff to that cell.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That really sounds like the beginning or the backdrop story of like Resident Evil.
Yeah, the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, like a zombie apocalypse. Like, that is crazy. Like, but you know the more crazier thing about that whole thing?
What?
We probably been eating that. You remember when I said, like, when I eat certain stuff, I just get tired and just sleepy?
Yeah, they think about all the steroids they did to thicken up the chickens and the turkeys and all, you know, the kids is looking, you know, the kids are bigger, obesity is on the rise.
Autism.
Yeah, I was going to say that all the different mental disabilities that have came about besides just lead levels being higher in water. Think about the foods.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I don't know, man. It's like since the 2020 lockdowns, we can't say the C word. Mm-hmm. But since the 2020 lockdowns, it's just seemed like what was going on when they had us locked indoors? What was it, a change in the world? You know what I'm saying? Like, did we go into a dimension? Or we are still alive? Maybe this might be the afterlife. I don't know. But on the serious note, don't it just seem like something is off? I mean, just like my favorite drink used to be Hawaiian Punch. It's so bland now. What did we ate the Salisbury steak from Save-A-Lot, and Salisbury steak from Save-A-Lot, the banquet, right? You remember the banquet meal? Yeah. It had a certain good taste to it. Now it's a different taste. Yeah. You know, even like Fruity Pebbles. Fruity Pebbles, when you used to eat that, it would retain its taste. And it wouldn't get so soggy so fast. Yeah. Make you have to keep refilling your bowl up, which caused you to go buy more. Yeah. Because you didn't went through the box so fast because it got so soggy. Yeah. Something is going on. Because, like, I could, like, back in the day when I was eating pork, mm-hmm. I could eat pork and I wouldn't feel tired. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now, if I eat pork, you already know it's over. I'm going to bed. Yeah. And then, I don't know, man. Something weird is going on. There's a lot of stuff that don't taste the same. I was like, I can't eat this. I can't eat this. What's some of the things that you used to eat that you can't eat now? Shoot, like you said, the Salisbury steak. One will be like, why y'all eating that anyway? It's processed food and stuff. But it was back when it tasted, the gravy tasted good and savory and stuff. Now it's just, I will give it to my dog at this point. You probably don't want to give that to your dog. Look, it's just like you said, certain juices, the potency ain't there no more. I mean, you were talking about candy earlier. You was talking about you can't eat certain candies like that no more.
Like even the Tootsie Roll fruit chews. I used to love those. The
you talking about the ones that I got?
Yes, that tastes
Dip
like
right
wax.
there?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Those are nasty. I was like, these used to be so flavorful. The lemon ones, the green apple ones, they just taste like straight wax.
Now I'm gonna be real with you. I like the vanilla ones.
Well, see, that wouldn't be my go-to.
They're the only ones I like. I with the rest of them, I get it. I totally.
I would start because you be like, oh, I'm craving something sweet, something fruity, and it ain't there. It's just plain, straight up sugar, like sugar or wax. I don't know. It's just I can't.
Well, with that, y'all, if you find yourself getting kidnapped by an alien, protect your back end. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month, so that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section. Man, Dante, stay out of my business, man. Stay out of my business. I don't be interfering in what you and your homeboys got going on. Stay out of my business. I got to get a piece of that. I got to get a taste.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of the Donta Show Network, Story Times, where I tell prison stories, hood stories, and supernatural stories. You would think by now that every and anybody that enters the penitentiary system knows to never ever take something from somebody that offers you something and they overly friendly with you. You would think that, right? Well, this story right here is that exact reason why I say, if you not from the streets and you was raised with good parents and you was on the right track of life and you decided to say, I don't like this middle class way of living. I don't like being safe. I'm going to go to the hood and go with my cousins. Well, this story is for you. So we down there playing dominoes and this dude come up in there. Now, he didn't look like he had no money. He didn't look like nothing special. So y'all know how me and my crew was. So we just didn't pay him no mind because he didn't look like we could get anything out of him anyway. So we just let him go by his business, right? So Freaky Freddy comes out and he approached him. Now, I tell y'all all the time, I'm not the one to get in nobody's business. I can't tell another man how to program. If Freaky Freddy sees something that he want out of this dude, then who am I to come and try to intervene? Anyway, so Freaky Freddy go over to his cell. They conversating. I don't know what the conversation is about, right? About 5 minutes ago past, Freaky Freddy will be leaving out of his cell, and then Freaky Freddy returned with a bag of commissary. Now, for those that don't know who Freaky Freddy is what you would call, I don't even want to call him a booty bandit, because he doesn't take it from you. He get you in a situation where he'll give you commissary on a house like a loan shark, and then if you can't pay, then he'll ask for, sexual favors or whatever. So it's really up to you. Either you going to, handle your business and put hands on Freaky Freddy or get him with that sword of justice, or you gonna give in to his freaked out desires. And a lot of men have done that. Now, there have been dudes that didn't get violent with him or didn't, get freaky with him. They just said, yo, I'm not doing it. I ain't give you nothing. And Freaky Freddy, how he'd do it, he like, okay, I bet. You just can't get nothing else from me. So Freaky Freddy, he was like a businessman. He felt like, I got all this money out here in the street, which is in the penitentiary, of me loaning people stuff. Because people go, listen, the penitentiary, they only feed you 2 meals a day. They're supposed to feed you 3 meals, but you get breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But mainly you just get breakfast and dinner, okay? And the portions that they give you is just enough for you to survive, like barely even to survive. So you gotta get commissary. You gotta get, ramen noodles, honey buns, summer sausages, cheese whiz, all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Bags of chips. So it'll make you can get through the night, right? So Freaky Freddy know that as soon as these dudes get their commissary, they eat it up in 3 or 4 days. Now, him being a businessman and knowing that, he has saved all his commissary and wait till everybody run out. And now you got to come to Freaky Freddy and be like, listen, Freaky, well, y'all ain't gonna call him Freaky Freddy. You just call him Frederick. That's his real name, Frederick, but we call him Freaky Freddy, right? So you be like, hey, Frederick, let me get 2 soups. Now, knowing his policy, if you get 2 soups from Freaky Freddy, you got to get him back 4 soups. Just how it is. You get 1 soup from him, you got to give him back 1 other soup. So you got to give him 2. 1 for 2, 2 for 4, 6 for 12. That's how he programmed. Now, Freaky Freddy, he knew who to lend to. Like, he would never lend nothing to KB, because y'all know who KB is. KB the type. Matter of fact, him and KB had one run-in before, but okay, so KB came to him and was like, yo, Frederick, let me get about 5 honey buns and about 10 soups. Now, knowing how KB get down, Freaky Freddy knew that KB wasn't going to pay him back at all. He knew whatever he gave KB, that was just going to be it. KB was not going to pay him back. So Freaky Freddy, like, to himself, nah, I ain't going to give him all that he asked for because I'm just going to be at a loss. So he was like, nah, man, I really can't do it, but I could give you 2 soups and maybe a honey bun to get you over. Now, Freaky Freddy, he'd take that loss because he knew whatever he gave to KB, that was just going to be it. He wasn't getting back. So he'd rather take a small loss than a big loss. And plus, if he just straight up told KB, there was going to be nothing stopping KB of going in that cell and taking, what he wanted anyway. So let's get back to the story. So anyway, Freaky Freddy come back with a bag of commissary and go back to the cell, right? So I don't know the conversation again, what the arrangement was. I don't know if Freaky Freddy that straight up told him, like, listen, I know you're hungry. I know you ain't getting no money. I'm Frederick. I offer this service. You can pay me back double, triple, whatever I give you. And it was a big bag. It had to have been about 25 items in there. So, I mean, just off that strength alone, you talking about 50 items that dude would have to pay back. So, looking at how dude dressed and his whole demeanor, he ain't got that. So, I can only imagine that Freaky Freddy basically told him, like, hey, listen, I'm giving you this food under the understanding that, you got to take care of me in a sexual way or whatever. So that's the only thing I can, imagine what the conversation is for Freaky Freddy to even come with all that food or whatever. So, Freaky Freddy leave up out the cell. So then, I'm thinking like, I am hungry. So I told Al, I said, Al, go check on old dude right quick. Go fill him out right quick. So Al go in there. Al asks him, like, where he from, what's his charges, and this and that. he in there for animal abuse and something about receiving stolen property and some other, a long list of petty crimes that the judge got tired of seeing him and just sent him on to prison, right? So Al talking to him, and Al come out with 2 honey buns. So I was like, I said, what was that all about? He said, man, dude is off. I said, what you mean off? I mean, I just asked him, you know, what was he here for? He told me, I just asked him for 2 honey buns. He just gave it to me. Didn't say I had to pay him back at all. So I instantly got up and I went in and said, hey, what's up, man? Where you from? Oh, I'm from so-and-so. I said, oh, okay. I was like, hey, listen, man, I'm kind of hungry right now. You think you can hold me down with like 2 soups? He was like, yeah. It's good. It's cool. So I go in there and I take the 2 soups and then I see a Mountain Dew. Y'all know I like Mountain Dew. I said, yo, you think I can get that one too? He was like, well, I only got like 4 and, you know, I just got here. But I said, well, let me get half of it. So he was like, oh, you gonna get your cup? I said, no, I'm just gonna do a waterfall. So he said, what's that? I said, just hold on. So I cracked it open and I did like this. And then I was like, you know, that's a waterfall. He's like, oh, okay, man, it's a fly up in here. Man, look at this dang fly trying to terrorize this video. Man, it's the fall season. Matter of fact, hold on. I need to put a pause right quick. I know a lot of y'all gonna be like, Dante, are you serious? Why would you interrupt the video to say this? But honestly, where do flies go in the wintertime? Just really think about that. Now, I know squirrels go into trees, you know, bears build nests and they go to caves and stuff like that. But where do flies go? Like, really think about that. Where do they go? When the life expectancy of a fly is, what, a week, 2 weeks max? Where do they go? I have a theory. And just be patient. I'm going to get to the story, y'all. Chill out. But I honestly think that flies and gnats, they come from hell. Literally. Like, just really think about it. Have you ever seen a fly in the wintertime? Really think about that. They got to come from hell. From hell they come, to hell they go back to. And see us in the springtime. Let me see if y'all still with me in the comment section. Y'all put your area code in the comment section, all right? And also, y'all see the PayPal right there. Y'all go ahead and give your boy Dante your tip right quick if y'all like these stories. But anyway, let's get back to it. So, you know, I hit the waterfall on him when I give him back the pop, right? So I said, good looking out. So I leave out the cell. Now, Al then went out there running his mouth, telling, you know, our crew like, yeah, man, dude is basically soft. Dude ain't, you know, he ain't, you know, I went in there and look at Dante. He just went in there and got what he got. So everybody just going up in this dude's cell, just asking him for stuff. He giving it to him. They take stuff. So I'm looking there. I said, man, hold on, man. Nah, man. Y'all ain't about to take advantage of this dude. Y'all ain't about to do that. So I'm like, hey, man, y'all come up out that cell, man. Y'all get up out, man. Watch y'all, Dante, man. Y'all move out, man. Move around, man. Leave dude alone, right? So I see Freaky Freddy over there. He over there looking like, what the heck going on? So after everybody clear out dude's cell, right? Freaky Freddy heads over there. And he like, hey, what's going on, man? Dude like, hey, I know what we talked about, but I don't really got that much food left. So Freaky Freddy like, why didn't you let them get all your food? Dude was like, I don't know. So he like, Freaky Freddy like, man, listen. Now, this is what I heard, y'all. But I can only assume, because I didn't hear the whole conversation. I just heard Freaky Freddy say, well, you know that don't erase your debt. So that's going to be another 3 months. Now, listen. Y'all can assume, y'all imagination can run all the way wild of what, you know, what him and Freaky Freddy agreement was. I'm thinking that for the first 25 items that he gave him was that he supposed to perform certain acts on Freaky Freddy for 3 months. Because the way that he said, well, that don't cancel out your debt. If you want more items, that's going to be, another 3 months of services. And I know how Freaky Freddy is. He only want one thing. You can't give him food. You can't give him envelopes. You can't give him hygiene. He only want one thing. So I'm like, yeah, he must have worked out something. And the crazy thing about it is, dude ain't even about to reap the benefit of, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I feel bad for the dude now. And normally I don't feel bad for people because it's like when you in prison, I'm not talking about in the real world, y'all, but in prison, I don't normally feel bad for people because I'm like this. Unless you innocent, but 99% of the people in prison say they innocent. It's even me, but I was guilty to the mug, right? But anyway, it's the Terror Dome. So I feel bad for him, like, dang, man, we did just all go in there and just take his stuff and he was just giving it away. Now, I believe he gave it to us because he was just scared. He felt like, man, I hear about the stories about guys beating up people, taking their stuff. If I say no to these dudes, they might just take it anyway. Or if I say no to these dudes, I mean, it was about 15 of us that came into a cell asking him for stuff, and he was just giving to them. What about if I say no and they hold me down and they violate me, right? These are all the things that this dude could have been thinking about. So, but what he did not know is that we wasn't going to, me and my crew wasn't going to put hands on him if he would have told us no. It would have just been, we would have still got the items from him, but we wouldn't have took it all, right? Now, if he tried to get tough and tried to get big and bad, then yeah, we would have took it all. But me and my crew, we would have, I just wanted the 2 soups and the Mountain Dew. That's all, right? That I didn't have to pay for it. You know what I mean? But I felt bad for the dude. So I came in the cell. I said, yo, let me holler at you right quick. And he was like, I can't give you nothing else. I said, nah, it ain't about that. I said, listen, man, how old are you? He was like, man, I'm 24. I said, man, where you from? He told me where he was from. I was like, listen, this prison, man, you can't. If somebody asks you for something, you just don't give it to them, okay? Because what's going to happen is let's say like when you gave me them 2 soups, right, and half of that Mountain Dew, what's stopping me from coming back and saying, yo, I'm hungry, man, let me hold me down with another soup? So that means it's bad enough that, you got to feed yourself up in here, man. You got to take care of yourself. You can't afford to take care of another grown man. I said, the next time somebody asks you for something, man, don't give it to them. And I said, and to give you the heads up, I'm going to keep it real with you, man. I don't know what you and Frederick agreement was, but if you not like that, if you not a homosexual, you're going to have to go in there and put your hands on Frederick. And he had his head down. I said, man, you ain't from the streets, is you? He was like, no, man. I said, so what? I mean, like, how did you even get here? So he got to telling me that, he just got caught up on some dog fight stuff. His cousins is from the streets, and, he was stealing money from his mama and his daddy to buy like pit bulls and stuff like that. And they'll be doing this dog fight type of thing. And he basically got caught up. Everybody blamed everything on him. And he was just, he listened to the street code. Don't snitch, don't tell on nobody. But these same guys that you don't snitch on and tell on, they wasn't man enough and kept it G enough to speak up and say, no, we did that or whatever. Ain't that crazy? So he telling me all this. I said, well, listen, man, I can't tell you how to program, but you just can't be sitting up there just giving stuff away, man, without getting something in exchange. And I said, I don't know if you ever been with a man like that, whatever, But that guy, that's how he is. So I said, but I mean, it ain't too late, man. You can go get him the rest of the stuff back. And I'm pretty sure he just gonna tell you like, hey, nah, man, we had a deal. Well, deals always broken in prison. There's no honor amongst thieves. There's no honor amongst criminals. So, hey, I'm just giving you some advice. So I said, all right, man, I'm out. So as I'm walking out, he said, hey, well, if it's like that, can I at least get a pack of noodles back? I said, nah, man, that's me. That's all me. I walked out. So I go back to the table and, I'm just hollering at the homies about some business that we got to take care of on the yard. So he comes out the cell, right? And he goes right across to Freaky Freddy's cell. He go in there and all I hear is, man, I don't care. Now, this is Freaky Freddy. Man, I don't care. I already told you. No, it ain't going down like that. You should have never took them items, man. And I told you we already got an agreement. So Freaky Freddy is getting louder and louder. He like, man, I don't care. I don't care what nobody told you. We got a deal. We got a deal. You gonna give me some. You gonna give me some. So I'm like, so Freaky Freddy is screaming on this dude. So I see dude just walk out the cell and go back to his cell. And then Freaky Freddy coming through like, man, no, man, I'm tired of dudes getting my business. I'm tired of these N-words running their lips. So he walking past. I'm like, man, who you talking to? He was like, man, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, whoever got something to say, whoever in my business, man, I don't be in nobody else's business. So he said it's walking to dude's cell. And he like, man, you gonna get me some? You gonna get me some? So Freaky Freddy was like, man, Dante, stay out of my business, man. Stay out of my business. I don't be interfering in what you and your homeboys got going on. Stay out of my business. I got to get a piece of that. I got to get a taste. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month. So that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section. Like, well, you the pod boss. Nobody was there. I said, no. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm the pod boss or not. So I'm looking over the tier, and all I see, white boy Steve, he come up with his arm like this. Then he grab dude nuts and squeeze him. Dude like, oh.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Welcome to another episode of the Donta Show Network, Story Times, where I tell prison stories, hood stories, and supernatural stories. So the new inmates started coming in. At this time, I didn't have no cellmate at all. So when I seen the white boy go to my cell, I instantly got up and I went to the cell. I was like, yo, you supposed to be in this cell? He was like, yeah. I said, okay. I said, yo, what you in here for? He was like, what you mean? I said, what's your charges? He was like, they told us in reception that we ain't have to tell. I said, hey, listen, I don't care what they told you in reception. Tell me what you in here for. Matter of fact, let me see your paperwork. So he had his paperwork right here under his arm, so I grabbed it, right? So he was like, hey, you can't do that. I said, hey, let me tell you something. In this pod, I'm Jesus. In this cell, I'm God. Don't tell me what I can't do. Then I pushed him, right? And he fell on the bed. He said, hey, man, you can't. I said, you better close your mouth. So he said this. I'm going through his paperwork. I said, you robbed somebody with a gun? I mean, that's all you have to say, man. We didn't even have to go through all this. He was like, yeah, they just told me. I said, listen, you in prison. You in prison. All that what they telling you in reception and administration and all that, man, that go out the window. You will get killed in here following them rules, man. He was like, yeah, but I'm just saying. I said, listen, do you see any guards in this cell? Do you see the warden out there walking around? It's just me and you and a whole bunch of other dudes that's up in here that'll bust your head. He like, okay. I just don't want to get in trouble. I got 10 years. I just want to do my 10 years. So I said to myself, you know what? Let me be patient with this dude because this is first time here. I know how I was when I first got up in here. So let me go ahead and lace this dude. So I tell him, I'm like, listen, sit down right there. So he sit right there. So I got on the desk. I said, listen, man, there's some things that you got to understand while you up in here, man. What I'm about to tell you is going to save your life. Okay, so listen to me and do everything that I tell you to do, right? You're like, okay. I said, number one of the main things you do not do is ask another man how much time he got. He like, but you, I said, I know, I asked you, but just listen. So then he was like, okay. I said, another thing you do not do is ask another man what he's in here for. Then he was like, but you, I said, listen, man, listen. I said, another thing you do not do, if somebody offered you something, never take it without knowing or having an understanding why they giving this to you and what you would have to give them back in return. So he was like, yeah, okay, I get that. You know, like if somebody try to give me some candy or honey bun or something, you know, let them know that I can pay it back. I said, yeah, because if you don't do that, then 9 times out of 10, they going to try to take something from you that you don't want taken. Or they might try to put you in a crazy debt that you will never be able to pay. And basically you'll be their slave. So he said, all right. I said, another thing. Now, in this pod right here, I'm the pod boss. And what that is, don't nothing go down in this pod without my permission. So you ain't got to worry about nobody running up in this cell doing anything to you because they know that they going to have to deal with me. So he was like, oh, okay. I said, another thing. I don't know if you do drugs or anything like that, or you involved in homosexuality or whatever. I don't condone drug use and I don't condone homosexuality. So if you are involved in any of them two things, you got to get up out this cell immediately. So he was like, no, I don't do drugs. I'm not a homosexual. No, I'm straight. I said, all right, cool. I said, and another thing, you gonna get cool with cats, but can't nobody come to my cell. Nobody, absolutely under no circumstances, you cannot have nobody in this cell. So he was like, yeah, I get that. I said, because what happens is, let's say I'm out there on the yard, or let's say I'm at the child hall or just out wherever, and you got somebody in their cell and they decide to steal something. He was like, but you the pod boss. Nobody was there. I said, no. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm the pod boss or not. Dudes are still trying to get over it. That's what you got to understand, man. Nobody has respect for nobody in here. And matter of fact, speaking of respect, the respect is only earned by violence. You gotta be violent. I said, have you ever got into a fist fight before? He said, yeah, plenty of them. I said, okay, we gonna see about that. He was like, wait, I don't want no problem. I said, no, I'm not gonna put my hands on it. I just want to see what you got. So he was like, okay. But I said, but just hold on, let me finish telling you. Don't ever have nobody in the cell because they might take something from me, steal something of mine, and then I gotta hold you accountable because we have that understanding that nobody's supposed to be in this cell. And if something of mine's come up missing, I only got to look at you. And if you say, well, I didn't take it, so-and-so was in the cell, maybe he did it. Now you see how this go? He like, yeah, okay, I get that. I said, another thing, since you are my cellmate, dudes ain't really gonna press you like that because they like, okay, well, he in the cell with Dante, so You know, we don't want them issues with Dante. So just off the strength of you being in the cell with me, you good in a way. So he's like, okay. I said, another thing, when you got to take a shower every day. It ain't no ant buts at all about it. You have to take a shower. It's mandatory. And you got to brush your teeth too. Matter of fact, here goes some Colgate. See, what they do, they give you a care package when you come to prison. They give you like 2 towels, with 2 washcloths, 2 big towels. They give you this toe-up deodorant. They give you this toothpaste that tastes like garbage. I don't even know if that's toothpaste, right? They just give you all a little assortments of things, right? A toothbrush, a spork, and a cup, right? Plastic cup. So I hit him with some Colgate, and I said, remember, now, since you my bunkie, you good. If I give you something, don't worry about it, okay? So you being my cellmate, I ain't gonna let you starve or nothing. And if I do give you something, I'm gonna let you know, oh, this off of love, or, you gonna have to pay me back or whatever. So he was like, okay, I respect that. I said, another thing is that, don't be in here gossiping. Don't be, it's a lot, believe it or not, it's a lot of dudes in here that ain't got nothing to do, and they just run their mouth all day, every day, being in people business. And then when they get back to that person who they was gossiping about, it get real tricky. So don't be in here talking about somebody behind their back thinking it ain't gonna get back to them. Because there's dudes that'll bait you into a conversation about something, and then they'll snitch on you and tell on you like, yo, blah, blah, blah said, blah, 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 blah. Now you got a whole issue, right? He said, okay, I get that. I said, another thing, don't be all up in the guards' faces. Don't be all trying to hold conversation with guards, because a couple reasons why. Let's say everybody see you always talking to the guard, and let's say a shakedown end up happening, dudes get caught up and jammed up. Who do you think they gonna look at? They gonna look right at you. They're gonna be like, well, Steven always over there talking to the guards, always smiling in the guard's face. So of course he had to be the one that's ratted us out, right? So don't be, if you gotta talk to the guards, whatever, do it in plain sight in front of everybody, but don't make it an everyday occurrence. And then I was like, I gotta get ready to go. I gotta go holler at my people on the yard. So he was like, okay. And I said, another thing, don't join no gang, okay? Do not join no gang, but, we'll discuss that later. So he's like, all right. So I leave out the cell, right? As I'm coming down the stairs, this older black dude that work in the kitchen. Now, he usually bring stuff back from the kitchen. He smuggled things back. So like sandwiches, onions, potatoes, bread, whatever you can think of, he can bring back here, right? So as I'm coming down, he coming up, he like, hey, Dante, I got some chicken sandwiches. I said, no, I'm good, man. I'm straight. He was like, okay, bet. So my bunkie, he comes out and he's like, you got chicken sandwiches? He like, yeah, I got chicken sandwiches. He was like, yo, can I get one? He was like, yeah. And he was like, well, you're going to have to give me 3 soups for it. He like, 3 soups? He was like, yeah, 3 soups. So he was like, man, I ain't got it. I'll get to you on store day. So dude looked at me, was like, is he good for it? I was like, I don't know. I just met him. So he was like, well, I guess so. Here you go. 3 soups, right? So he gave it to him, right? So I'm walking down the stairs and I'm about to leave out. And then a code got called and the alarm started blaring. I guess somebody just got beat up on the yard or whatever. So they locked down all the pods. So that means I can't go nowhere, right? So I go back upstairs and I'm sitting on the bed, and white boy Steve, and he got the sandwich in his hand and he just looking at it crazy. I'm like, what's up? Is some hair in it or something? He was like, actually, yeah, something don't look right with this sandwich. So I'm like, what you mean something don't look right? He was like, look at this. So I'm looking at it, and you can tell the difference between a strain of hair and pubic hair. So basically this dude how he's supposed to wrap his sandwiches up from when he take them from the kitchen or whatever. You're supposed to basically put them in their own individual Ziploc bags, and then, well, sandwich bags, the little baggies or whatever, and then put it in a sandwich bag, and then, put it on your leg or whatever, attach it to your leg or whatever. Or you can get all the sandwiches and put it in a sandwich bag, a bread bag or whatever, a bread bag, and then, smash it up as best you can and attach it to your leg. The way that this sandwich looked, it looked like, because it was a couple strands of hair all through the sandwich, right? So you can see like pubic hairs on the outside of the bread. So I'm like, yo, let me see that sandwich, man. So I get the sandwich in my hand and I'm looking at it. I was like, yeah, he ain't properly packaged this right at all, man. He must have just grabbed the sandwich and just put it raw right there by his genital area, man. Nah. He was like, so what should I do? I said, take this sandwich to him and tell him, like, you ain't going for it. You ain't giving him nothing. Here go the sandwich back. So he was like, but what if he trying to fight me? I was like, well, y'all just gonna have to bang it out. He was like, but I said, listen, you in prison. That ain't how things work. In violence, people respect violence in prison. So you go on telling him, like, listen, here's some more advice for you. If you ever have an issue with somebody and you are not willing to take it all the way there, and when I say all the way there, I mean eventually it could come out to you taking a life. You never know what the other man is capable of doing or how far he's willing to go with it. So if you have a discrepancy with somebody, yes, you have to address it. Because homeboy knew the way that he packaged that chicken sandwich, that it was foul. And he knew that he wasn't going to get that off of nobody else. But it is prison. It is what it is. So I told him, like, you got to say something to him, because he might was even testing you to see how far that he could go with it. Because maybe it's pubic hair on the sandwich now, and then, Lord forbid, he corner you in the shower and want to do something to you. You know what I mean? So I said, yeah, you got to go check that right now. Go give him back the sandwich. Be like, yo, it's pubic hairs on this thing, and I'm not with it. So he said, okay, all right, I'm going to go. So he get up. I follow him out, right? Now, we on the second tier. Dude is down there talking to somebody. So he go down there. He looking back at me like this, right? So he go up to him. He said, hey, can I talk to you right quick? And he got the chicken sandwich in his hand. So dude like, yeah, what's up? He was like, well, can I talk to you over here? Because I don't really want everybody to hear what's going on. He was like, no, man, what's up, man? Well, you can talk to me. What's up? He was like, I think we should really talk over here. But he kept looking back this way like he wanted me to co-sign what he was doing. So I'm just standing there looking down. So dude look at him, looking at me. So he like, all right. So they go over here, right? He like, hey, so I talked to Dante and he said like the sandwich wasn't right. So he like, what you mean? Dante said the sandwich it wasn't right. He was like, well, Dante said that, that you didn't package this chicken sandwich right. It's like it's hair on it. And he was like, what you mean hair on it? He was like, yeah, it's like pubic hairs on it. He was like, man, hey, look, I don't know what you want, but you better have my soups. You better have my soups, bro, because all sales is final. You should have checked the sandwich out before we even did the exchange. He was like, man, no, man, for real. I can't give you nothing. I'm not giving you no soups. He was like, what you mean you ain't giving me no soups, white boy? He was like, hey, man, listen, I don't want no problems. He was like, what? You don't want no what? Boom. Right? He punched white boy Steven right in the face. White boy Steven, now what I seen at the angle that I saw, white boy Steven like stumbled this way. And dude like grabbed him right here by his collar right here and grabbed him back. Was like, right? But I also see, now I'm looking over the tier, seeing what's going on under the stair. So I hurry up and jog down the stairs or whatever, and I'm watching the whole thing unfold. At this time, y'all, I don't know if white boy Steve did this out of fear. I don't know if white boy Steve just felt like, I don't know, what they say, fight or flight. But as dude punching Steve, like Steve is on his knees, right? And Steve is trying to fight back. Steve is like punching upward, right? But dude clocking him like, right? White boy Steve, his right hand reaches up just like this, y'all, and grab dude nuts and go like this. Dude like, oh, let me go. And he punching on Steve, and Steve won't let him go, y'all. Let me tell y'all something. There's no rules in fighting. There's no rules in fighting at all. People say, oh, y'all gotta line it up. Y'all gotta go fist to fist. Y'all gotta box it out. No kicking, no grabbing, no slamming. If a man fall, you gotta let him. Nah, this is the penitentiary. The penitentiary. Let me tell y'all something. It ain't nothing cool. There's nothing cool about getting beat up honorable in prison. And y'all gotta forgive me, I got a stuffy nose. There's nothing honorable about getting beat up in prison. You do what you got to do to get that man up off you. If you got to scratch, claw, bite, poke, kick, whatever you got to do to get a man up off you, do that, okay? Even if you got to, look, I'm a dirty fighter, period. And one of my moves is, you talking to me crazy, I'll poke you dead in your eyes. Bam. Now you blind. Oh. And I'm just tagging you. Bow, bow, boom, boom. Elbow, bow, bow. So, like I said, y'all, there's no rules of fighting. So, white boy Steve grabbed homie nuts. Is like, he won't let him go, right? So now, one of the guards see what's going on. I instantly pedal back. I move back. Guard come on there, let him go. No, I ain't letting him go. This white boy Steve said, dude, y'all remember that scene on Friday After Next when Money Mike grabbed Damien with the pliers of the vice grips? Just like that. Dude was like, please, just let me go. But he kept trying to hit him, but it wasn't phasing white boy Steve. White boy Steve went to ultra, right? He wasn't letting dude go. Dude was like, please, just let me go. Please let me go, right? So then the guards eventually broke them up, and they ended up taking Steve to the hole, and they ended up taking dude to the infirmary. Now, rumors have it, and I say rumors because I don't know if it's true. And y'all know men gossip like women in prison. But rumors have it that white boy Steve, now y'all look this up yourselves. I don't know for this to be true, but I heard that white boy Steve literally crushed dude ball sack. Like, listen, I remember my homeboy Al oldest sister, me and her was wrestling, and for some reason she need me in my ball sack, right? I curled up on the ground like a baby, and I just said, God, please take me. Take me, Lord. I don't want to be here no more because I was in such pain. There's no rules in fighting. If you got to grab a man nutsack to get him up off you, do that. Dante, give you full permission. Because at the end of the day, you got to make it home. At the end of the day, you got to get up out of there. And well, if you got to grab a man where the sun don't shine, if you got to grab a man's people jewels to get up out that situation, then hey, who am I to tell you what to do? I always tell y'all, I can't tell another man how to program. All right, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and leave me a tip. And with that, y'all, I'll see y'all for the next story time. If you looking to rock the latest gear, look no further. Sobe Sporty Gear is in full effect. You got a hot date tonight? Don't know what to wear? Well, click the link in the comment section to Sobe Sporty merch store. Be sure to enter Dante as the promo code so you can get 50% off your purchase. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month, so that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section. You know, when he dwelled on these things, he like, man, my mama was a dope fiend. My daddy was abusing me. I've been in foster care getting dogged out. My grandma, man, she really did me dirty. So he would tell, you know, his girlfriend, like, different ways and situations how he'd take his granny out.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, so as y'all know, every Tuesday we get new inmates in our pod. And how the drill will go at this particular time, Tar T, Homicide, and my boy KB, not KB the bully, y'all, but it's another dude named KB that was running with us. They all them end up getting put in the hole for various different reasons. So it was just me and Al in the pod. So I really couldn't do my shakedown scheme the way I used to do it because I didn't have the backup that was needed to pull this off. However, I still have to retain some level of power. And with that power, it was basically me and Al checking dudes' paperwork. And in checking their paperwork, if you had bad charges, well, you were getting extorted. I mean, well, yeah, it is what it is. You was getting extorted. So Al come to me. I'm down there playing cards. Actually, I'm playing tunk with a couple of dudes, right? So Al like, hey, Dante, I can't read this dude paperwork. I'm like, what you mean you can't read his paperwork? He like, I can't understand his paperwork. Like, his paperwork is confusing. I can't tell if this dude got bad charges or not. So I'm like, what you mean you can't tell? I said, hold on, I'll be back, y'all. So I pulled Al to the side. I'm like, what you mean you can't tell? He like, I don't know, man. His paperwork is confusing. So I'm like, all right, here I come. So I go up the stairs and I go in the dude's cell. And I'm like, yo, let me see your paperwork. So he like, here you go. Now, listen, y'all, I'm the paperwork king. I could typically look at the first and second page and know exactly what you did. And, you know, then I pass my judgment. But as I'm going through his paperwork, it ain't making no sense. It's literally, I'm confused. So I'm reading through it and I'm like, okay, listen, you tell me what happened. So he like, okay, so this what happened. He said, when I was around 2-3 years old, I don't really remember this, but this is what my mama told me. He said when he was 2 to 3 years old that his daddy was real abusive. His daddy used to beat on him and just dog him out from the age of 2 to maybe 4 years old. So he said that his mama was high and, you know, doing drugs or whatever the case is. So, you know, the state came in, they ended up taking him and removing him from the home. Now, he said he was in foster care for maybe a year. So then after that, he said that they end up, his grandma, which is his mama, ended up getting him, and she ended up moving in well, he ended up moving in with her. So he about 6 years old. He said from the ages of 6 to maybe 13, his granny used to dog him completely out. He said that he remembered that his granny would come to his room while he sleep and, twist his, his stuff, his baby maker. He said that the granny would go in his room and twist his stuff and like pinch him and stuff and just do all type of sick and... Hold up, y'all. Hold on, my bad. I dropped the phone. He said that his granny would do all type of sick and sadistic stuff to him. So he grew up with a complex. So he said it stopped when he was about 13 going on 14 years old. He said basically what happened, she used to like spit in his food. She used to like beat him with like 2x4s for like the smallest things. And he said, enough was enough one day. He said that his grandma, came in the room and tried to bust him in the head with a 2x4. And he grabbed her and pushed her down and said, no more. I'm not finna allow this to keep happening. So she was like, get out my house, and all this and that. So he said when he left the house, she called the police and said that he attacked her. So they looking for him. Remember, y'all, he's still a juvenile. He's about 14, 15 years old at this time. So they end up locating him and they end up bringing him to juvenile. And when he got to juvenile, he was telling them like, yo, y'all locking me up. Y'all treat me like I'm a criminal. My grandma is the real sadistic person, but they not listening to him at all. They looking at him as a rebellious teenager. You know what I mean? But all along, he telling them the truth, like grandma done dogged me out, whatever. So he say, they tell him like, listen, we gonna release you to the custody of your grandma. But grandma said, no, I don't want him here. I'm done with him. So now he became a ward of the state. And if you don't know what a ward of the state is, it's basically your family abandoned you, your mama, your daddy, don't nobody want to take you in. Now you are a ward of the state. The state basically owns you until you turn 18. So he ended up staying in this juvenile facility for about 6 months, and then they ended up transferring him to a boys group home. Now he said that when he was in this group home, he was fighting every other day. And, if you ever grew up in a boys group home or a girls group home, y'all know how that is or whatever. So he said, he went through what he had to go through. So he turned 17 years old up in the boys group home. And you age out at 18. Now, when you age out, they supposed to, teach you skills of how to get you an apartment where they'll pay for your apartment for like a year and whatever. So they'll get you all these social services and therapy and all this type of stuff. So when you get out in the real world, you will know how to live and survive. So he said he took advantage of all them type of programs and things like that. So he said when he ended up going to this program where they got transitional housing, but it's co-ed. On one side of the apartments, you got the females, and on the other side, you got the boys. And he said it's 17, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. So you really age out when you're 21. So he said this is where he meet this chick. Now, he said that when they met, they was meeting in group sessions and group therapy or whatever for like trauma or whatever. And he said, they hit it off and they end up saying, okay, let's be together. They end up becoming a couple or whatever. So he said, as they trauma dumping on each other, telling each other, how they grew up and all the trauma that was going on, they end up making love. And they end up consummating their relationship. So time would go on, like 3-4 years would go on later. And he tells, now they got their own apartment. They living together. They out of the program and, they doing okay for themselves. They both working at KFC and they doing okay for themselves, right? But this trauma, he just won't let it go. He keeps thinking about how grandma did him dirty. Then he keep thinking about how his daddy did him dirty. But even though he don't remember, but you know, when he dwell on these things, he like, man, my mama was a dope fiend. My daddy was abusing me. I've been in foster care getting dogged out. My grandma, man, she really did me dirty. So he would tell, you know, his girlfriend like different ways and situations how he'd take his granny out. So she, according to her in the, you know, the court documents and transcripts, you know, she was telling him like she thought that he was like joking and playing or whatever, until one day, y'all, she come home and he's sitting at the kitchen table with a shotgun, right? And he got the bullets right there on the table. So she like, what is that for? And he like, oh, this is for my granny. And she's like, this for your granny? He like, yeah, this is for my granny. So she was like, what you mean this for you? He like, well, I'm going to take out my granny. So she said, according to her, she said she thought that he was playing. But come on, y'all, who plays about taking out their grandma, even if grandma did do you dirty? So she said, like, prior to, you know, she walking in and seeing him with this strap on the table, he will always joke about or tell her about ways that he'd take grandma out. So lo and behold, it's Halloween. Halloween come. He got the shotty in the sand and he got a mask on. He tell her like, let's go for a ride. And she like, I'm not getting in the car with you, man. You scare me. He like, girl, you know I love you. I would never do anything to hurt you. She like, so why you got the shotgun? He like, because I'm about to go take my granny out. And then he got to laughing. So she was like, oh, okay, whatever. I guess. So they get in the car together. And now she don't know where grandma live at all. She don't know where his granny live at, but he does. So they driving, and he pull up in the neighborhood, right? So when he get to the neighborhood, he parks like 2 blocks away from granny house. So he tell her like, hey, I'm gonna be right back. So he popped the trunk and he grabbed the shotty, then he leaves. Now, she seen him pop that trunk. She know that he went in that trunk and grabbed that strap, right? So he comes back about 20 minutes later and he get in the car and he got, you know, blood all over his shirt. And he get in the car and he peel off. She don't say a word to him. Now, according to him, well, I guess you can only say according to him because grandma ain't here to tell the story. So according to him, he said that he knocked on the door with the shotty. And he said that he was just going to confront grandma and let her know, like, you know, I remember what you did to me. You know, I just want an apology. And he said that when he was demanding the apology from her, she was acting like she didn't know what was going on. Like, I don't know why you here. I don't understand. Like, why are you making things up? And he said that he kept giving her every chance in the world to come clean and you know, so he can be at peace, so he can, you know, put this to rest, put this to bed. But she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of admitting her wrong. So he said, like, now at this time, he said he talking to her on the porch or whatever. And as he talking to her, he getting angrier and angrier, whatever. And basically the granny is in the doorway of the house or whatever. So he said he just got upset and just pushed through the door. Grandma fell on the ground and he shoved the, you know, the sword of justice basically in her face and told her, like, listen, tell me that you admit what you did and tell me you sorry. That's all I want. And she like, let me up. You hurt me. Then he said, you know, it went off. He said he didn't pull the trigger. The shotty just went off and ended up blowing her, you know, her face off, whatever. So he said that after that, he panicked, he got up, he ran out the house. A couple days later, you know, he's in his apartment. Police come rolling through, kick in the door, take him and the girl. The girl immediately flips on him, tells on him, like, yeah, he did it. He been talking about doing stuff to his grandma and all this and that. So now here we are, y'all. Dude got 30 years. So I'm going through his transcripts and I'm reading this stuff, y'all. And I'm like, so you took out your granny? And he like, yeah, I did. And I said, okay, like, why did you do it? He said, well, I mean, you read the paperwork. I did it because she was abusing me and blah, 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 blah. So typically, y'all, the rules are you do not violate. When I say violate, you don't take advantage of a woman. You don't take advantage of a child. Or, that's grounds of a green light for you to get extorted or worse in prison. But, when you're looking at these cases, you got to treat every case different. One shoe don't fit all feet, right? So we got a problem here, y'all. Two things. Either he's lying and he just went over there and did granny dirty for no reason. Maybe he was a drug addict and wanted some money from grandma and she said no, so he gave her a dirt nap. Or you never know what the case is. You can just go off of what he said in the paperwork, because the only person that can tell the tale is him, because grandma is not here to tell her side of the story, and the police and the prosecutor can try to piece something together, but don't nobody really know besides him, right? And then you got his girlfriend witness testimony also. So with saying all of that, you just gotta, that's why, I kind of start shying away of, being a judge and a jury, and you know what I mean? You'll call it kangaroo court. And kangaroo court is basically after the judge sentences you, you get sent to the pod or whatever, then you get another guy, an inmate, ironically, like myself, that'll pass judgment on you and let you know how you gonna do your time up in here, depending on what you done did to get up in here. So with all that, I'm looking and I'm like, I don't know what to do in this situation, because if he's telling the truth, grandma, I'm not going to say taking somebody's life is warranted, but at the same time, it's like, if this woman had this man go through what he done went through, and he been dealing with this pain and all this hurt all this time, and he done had it bottled up. I mean, I don't necessarily believe. See, I'm kind of biased, because in one breath I would say, if she really did this to him, I'm just gonna put it like this. Y'all know what I'm saying, because I want to say she got what she deserved, but that's cruel and that's unusual to get taken out like that. But then on the other end, it's like, did she deserve what happened to her? Did she deserve to go out that way because of what she did to him? I don't know, y'all. Matter of fact, y'all let me know in the comment section. Was grandma in the right? I mean, was homeboy in the right for taking grandma out, or was he dead wrong? And so anyway, so long story short, I'm like, okay, so I don't know what to do with this, because I don't know if he's telling the truth. I don't know if he's lying. So I tell him, like, listen, I'm Dante, and I'm the guy that run this pod, and I'm the guy that checks your paperwork, and I let you know how you gonna be programming in here. And based off of this right here, you gonna have to leave. You gonna have to leave out of the pod, because I don't know if you're telling the truth. I don't know if you're lying. I just don't know. And I could easily be like, yeah, you no good, and let everybody know, like, yo, he ain't no good. He took his grandma out, and then let the pieces fall in place. But then again, y'all, I'm a man of the Bible, so I cannot pass judgment on somebody like that, and I'm not 100% sold that this person did this in good conscience. You know what I mean? So I said, I don't want to deal with this situation. So you gonna have to go to the guards and let them know that you fear for your life and you need to get out of this pod, and they gonna understand. So he was like, so I said, yeah, you gotta roll it up, you gotta go home, boy. So he was like, I bet. So I left out of the cell. About 10 minutes to go by, he come walking out, and he go to the bubble and get the guard attention. So he go up there, he like, hey, you know, I fear for my life, and, you know, I need to get moved. So the guard tell him, all right, let's go. They hit the buzzer, and he walked right on through, and he left out. Let me tell y'all something right quick. In the Holy Scriptures, it teaches us that you don't supposed to take another human being life unjustly. And here's an example. Let's say me and you decide to go out there and rob somebody, and we both got a banger on us. And then the person that we, you know, trying to rob pull out their banger, and there's a shootout, and we end up taking that person's life, right? We done took that person's life unjustly because, number one, we was committing a crime against that person already, you know, in the first place, and they was just defending themselves, but they end up losing their life. Now, we are in danger of the hellfire, okay? On the flip side of that, let's say you just minding your business, and, you know, you're sitting in your car just minding your business, and you got your strap on your lap, and some dude run up on your passenger side, and he got a gun, and he tell you give everything up, and you really fear for your life. So you know, pick your hammer up, and you about to blast him, but you see him pull the trigger, but his gun jam up, and you end up putting one in his dome piece. You did not take his life unjustly. You took his life because he was in the commission of robbing you, when he possibly could have took your life. Now he's in danger of the hellfire. So with saying all that, I'm saying this, y'all. Stop committing crimes. Crime do not pay. And y'all let me know in the comment section, how do y'all feel about grandma? Was grandma in the wrong, or was not grandma in the wrong, but was dude in the wrong for taking out his grandma? Or was he right? Y'all let me know. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I'm going to have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. I got things for women, men, boys, and girls. So y'all make sure y'all go check it out. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month. So that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your military mind games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section. So I jump up like, man, what the heck? You got dudes like, yo, hey, man, what's going on, man? What is y'all doing? I'm like, hey, man. So I get up and I'm like, hey, man, wake up, man.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all, this prison story is about when they put this short Asian dude in my cell, and they end up putting me in a hole for 3 months because they think I did something to him. Now, before we even get into this story, let's clear some things up right quick, all right? Throughout the year, not everybody, but a couple of people been asking me like, yo, Dante, have you ever witnessed or seen something like supernatural or seen a ghost or anything in prison? Well, this is one of them stories. Furthermore, I know a lot of y'all done missed my beautiful face. And just know after this video, I'm going to wait for about 2 or 3 days. And then I'm going to start showing my face and give y'all these prison stories that y'all been desperately needing, okay? So from here on out, Dante will be strictly dropping prison stories, okay? So here you go. Now, when at this time I didn't have no cellmate, and in this pod that we was in is 2-man cells, so eventually you're going to get a cellmate. Now, when you get a new cellmate to come in there, right, the guards will tell you to stand up, walk backwards, put your hand in the slot with both of your hands towards the slot so they can cuff you up, and you go to the back of the cell towards the toilet and stay face the other way. Now, when they did that, they called me, like, yo, Donta. I'm like, what's up? They like, come get cuffed up. I'm like, for what? He like, you about to get a new cellie. You know the drill. So I'm like, all right. Now, at this time, y'all, I was about to make me a spread. And what was in the spread was, the refried beans, the nacho squeezed cheese. I had the tortilla shells, and I had my beef sausage, cut up, right? And I was in the process of making that. So I got up, turned my back. They cuffed me up. I walked to the back of the cell. I kept looking over my shoulder to make sure it wasn't somebody that was going to try to, bust me upside my dome, because they either A, was a racist and they couldn't be in the same cell with me, 2, somebody that's having a bad day and they just want to go to the hole, or they want to get transferred. They were just going to try to hit me because I'm cuffed or whatever. These things happen. You never know people's reasoning. So one of the most intense moments that can happen of you getting hurt in prison is when you get cuffed up and, this other guy is uncuffed and he can just take off on you, and you just got to deal with it until the police pull him up off you. So I'm looking over my shoulder, making sure, this cat that's coming in here ain't on no BS, right? So I'm looking and I don't really see the guy. And then I see him. It's this short Asian dude. Now, this dude was like, he wasn't no dwarf or nothing, but he was like maybe 5'4", maybe 5'5", if that, maybe 130, maybe even 125, give or take. He was a really short dude, little dude. So after they uncuffed me and they walk out, he's standing there and he was like, what do I sleep? Now, the way that he said it, you can tell, like, he was real shaky, like he was nervous. This had to be his first time, being locked up. Had to. And, I'm not insinuating that this dude been touched before, but you could tell something was off about this dude. Like, he was just too jittery. Like I wasn't I wasn't no intimidating, posing figure. I wasn't this big, cocky, bald head black dude that, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I look like. I wasn't, you know what I'm saying? So it didn't dawn on me like, why this dude shaking and quivering? Maybe he heard things about me. Maybe he, just, I don't know, maybe the cops did something to him before they put him up in here. I don't know. But anyway, let's move on. So I tell him, like, you got the top bunk and, your locker right here and, that whole spiel. Right. So I get back to, fixing my cook up, and I see him sitting on top of the bed that's watching me. So I look at him, I'm like, yo, you want some of this? And he was like, I am kind of hungry, but nah, I'm okay. I'm like, what you mean you okay? We sellies. He said, oh, no, that's okay. I already heard about, if you take something from somebody offer you something, nothing is free, and you might want something from me. And I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, that's true, but, I'm your cellie. We could be in here for months, even years together. We got to, if you're hungry, there ain't no problem, man. You can get some of this food. There ain't no strings attached to this. And he was like, nah, because if I take that from you, I don't want you thinking that, you could take my manhood in exchange. So I turned around and I said, what? He was like, yeah, if you try to take my butt, ain't none of us going to be sleeping in here. It's going to be a long night. And I giggle. I said, hey, man, listen, I ain't no homosexual, man. I don't even roll like that, man. And he like, oh, okay. I said, so do you want some of this or not? Because I'm only going to offer this to you one time.
And he was like, yeah, I'll take some. So I cut it. Now, the way I had this burrito, let's just say it was about maybe let's say 8 inches, right? So I cut it. I gave him 3 inches of it, and I had the other 5, right? So I gave it to him, and you know, he's sitting. Okay, so he's sitting with his back against the wall on his bunk, and I'm sitting on the desk. So you know, we eating, and I'm talking to him. I'm like, so where you from or whatever? And he like, oh, I'm from Kalamazoo, Michigan. I'm like, man, what did you do to get locked up, man? Did they catch y'all, you know, bringing dogs in the Chinese restaurant, man? He was like, no, man, no. He got to laugh. And he was like, no, man, you racist. I said, no, man, I'm just saying. He like, no, and plus, I'm not Chinese, I'm Korean. I said, oh, okay. I said, what? They must have caught y'all I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know that I'm tongue-tied. I can't even speak right. I said, y'all must have got caught embezzling money at the laundromats, huh? And he was like, man, you are so racist. I said, no, I'm just having fun with your kid. So he's like, no, I just got caught up in this scheme. I said, what type of scheme? And then he was like, well, basically, they said that we was, you know, doing credit card fraud, and, you know, everybody was sending like their credit cards to my house. And, well, long story short, somebody bought some stuff that they didn't supposed to buy on the black market, and they sent it to my house. And when I opened it up, the FBI hit us, and well, here we go. So I'm like, oh, okay, what else? So how long they give you? He said, well, my max is 7 years, but my minimum is 2 years. So I said, all right. I said, hey, you sure that's all you done did? He was like, yeah, what do you mean? I said, you know, you ain't in here on no bad charge. He said, are them bad charges? Because I could have sworn that everybody in here is on bad charge. I said, no. You, okay, yeah. All of us do got bad charges compared to the world. You know, we done took things, you know, people done sold things, and whatever a crime that they done committed to get up in here. We all did things to, I guess it ain't no good charges, but I said, nah, I'm talking about bad charges, you know, involving kids, women, you know what I mean? He said, oh, no, nothing like that. I said, well, let me see your paperwork right quick, because I had to check, y'all. I just had to check, because I don't care if you black, I don't care if you white, I don't care if you Asian. I got to see that paperwork, because I need to know who going to be laying on top of me when I'm asleep. Hold on. That sounded crazy. My bad, y'all. My bad. That is a double, triple, quadruple pause. I didn't mean to say laying on top of me. I mean, y'all know what I mean. His bunk is over me. So I guess he laying on top of me. It just sounds crazy. My fault, y'all. Anyway, y'all hit the like button. So next thing you know, he showed me his paperwork, and I'm going through it. And yeah, he in there for credit card fraud, right? And in possession of stolen property. So he checked out, so he was good. So we talking. So I'm like, yo, so how long you been in here? Like, how long you been locked up? So he got quiet. And then he was like, I really don't want to talk about it. I'm like, why not? He was like, I just don't want to talk about it. So I'm like, all right, man. Now at this time, y'all, they had us on lockdown, meaning we was on 23-1, meaning you ain't leaving out that cell. You only leaving out that cell for an hour. And in that hour, and they were doing cell by cell because somebody done got poked up a couple weeks ago, right? And they was doing shakedown trying to find all them sworn injustices in our pod, right? So anyway, so I tell him, like, listen, we ain't getting out the cell, because he was like, yeah, I need to get in the shower. I said, well, you're going to have to take a bird bath, because we ain't getting out. We already had our hour to get out the cell. So he said, what's a bird bath? I said, you see how I got that sheet tied up right there? He like, yeah. I said, so what you do, you take that sheet, put it across right there, and then you just take a bird bath. He like, I'm not good. I said, you stand over there behind the sheet, and you just wash up, and don't, clean up after yourself. And don't spit in that sink neither. Spit in the toilet when you brush your teeth or whatever. because they had the sink and the toilet connected to each other. So he said, okay. So I ended up falling asleep, y'all. I was tired because when I eat heavy like that, it's a wrap. It's over. You know, I had the itis. Matter of fact, y'all let me know when wait, no, forget all of that. Let me ask y'all something right quick. It's the fall season. It's getting cold outside, y'all. Make sure y'all cop y'all Military Mind Gang sweatshirts, okay? I'm going to have the link to my merch store pinned in the comment section, so y'all go cop that. But anyway, so he go over there, he take his bird bath. I'm over here on the bed, laid out, burping, and I'm about to fall asleep. Now, at 10 o'clock, that's when they come through, when the guards come through their last walkthrough for count, right? Now, normally you will have to be up out your bed, standing at the cell, you and your roommate, when they come through doing count, so they can make sure that you alive or your bunkie alive, because there's times where dudes will knock dudes out or, you know, take their life, and they put them in the bed or under the bed, and, you know, the guard be like, yo, wait a minute. It's supposed to be 2 people in here. There's only one. Yo, tell your bunkie to wake up. And, well, they ain't getting up because, you know, they done went to the other side, right? But anyway, so this guard right here, he was cool. So, you know, he peeked his head in there. He said, yo, Dante, you up? Because I was stretched out in my bed, right? I said, yeah, I'm up. So he counted me. He counted my bunkie, right? Boom. I goes to sleep. About, I'm going to say, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning done hit, right? And I hear, oh. So I hurry up. Now listen, I usually, y'all know I stay with it, right? But this time I didn't have it on me. I had that sort of justice, you know, put away in the peanut butter in my locker. Because, you know, after that last poking that happened a couple weeks prior, which is why we on lockdown anyway, you know, I had to stash it because they were shaking us down like every other night, but they done relaxed. But anyway, I hear this, So I jump up like, man, what the heck? You got dudes like, yo, hey, man, what's going on, man? What is y'all doing? Right? People waking up like, man, who is that screaming like that? So I jump up, I'm like, hey, man. So I'm shaking this little Asian dude like, hey, man, wake up. So he like, oh. So I said, hey, what's up with you? He said, I just had a nightmare. I've been having I get night terrors. I said, hey, man, like, what's up, man? You all right? He like, yeah. So I'm like, I'm like, you know, do you take like sleeping medicine or anything or whatever? He like, no. I just been having these nightmares lately. So I'm like, all right, man, well, you know, just try to keep it down or whatever, right? So then dude's like, yo, hey, what's going on? I guess they done pinpointed, you know, my voice or whatever. They like, yo, what's going on in the cell with D? I'm like, no, y'all, we good in here. You know, my cellie having night terrors, you know. They're like, oh, okay, all right, bet. So then everybody going back to sleep, laying down. I get back in my bunk and I lay down, right? Maybe about 40 minutes later. I'm like, hey, man. So I get up again. I'm like, hey, man, wake up, man. He like, oh, I'm sorry, man. I keep having these dreams, man. I said, what dreams? He like, man, okay. All right, I'm going to tell you. I say, what's up? He like, you know, for the past 2 weeks, you know, that's why, you know, I've been here for about a year now, but, you know, I had an altercation that happened last year and they had me in a hole for 3 months. I said, what happened? He said, well, when I sleep, I end up having these nightmares. And, you know, at first it started off with me sleepwalking in the cell, and then, you know, my bunkie, you know, he didn't notice I was sleepwalking or whatever, but I end up sleepwalking and I end up getting in his bed because I thought it was my bed. And I said, okay. And he's like, you know, that was the first incident, you know, my bunkie, he was cool. And he like, yo, what is you doing? because he thought I was like on some freaked out stuff or whatever. I said, okay. He said, but no, I was just, he understood that, I was sleepwalking. So I got back in my bed or whatever. But then, as the night progressed, I ended up peeing on my celly or whatever, because, I thought I was going to the bathroom. And his celly ended up beating the crap out of him. So they end up both going into the hole. One, because he peed on the celly. How you going to explain that? And two, his celly beat him up. So they end up going in the hole. So I guess this is when these nightmares started happening when he was in the hole, right? So he said like when on his first night of being in the hole, he was laying there and he was like transported in his house. Now he said like the dream always started the same way, where he'd be in his house and, he'd try to go to the windows and open the windows and they wouldn't open. He'd go to the door and the door wouldn't open. And then he said, the house looked exactly the same as it was in real life when he was in the free world, but something was like off, like it was kind of like dull in a way, like, grayish type. So he said he had to sit there in the living room, and he said that this guy, now I need y'all to pay attention. I'm talking about attention to the next thing I'm about to say. Now, I need for the audience to really tune in, and I need y'all feedback to let me know, have y'all ever experienced this before too? So he said like this guy will like come from the hallway. So he said he'd be sitting in this lazy boy just looking towards the hallway, and this guy will like slowly emerge from like the darkness or whatever. He said like this dude would have like a dirty brown hat, and he'd have like the steel toe boots that was like tore up looking, and then he'd have like these black like uniform pants, or maybe even a dark blue or whatever. But then one of the things that he pointed out also was that the dude's shirt, the dude's shirt was like red and blackish, and it had holes in it. But he said like the most intriguing part about this man, like he had his hands, they was like burnt. Matter of fact, his whole body, of what he can see, like this dude's whole body was burnt. And he said like at the top of his hands was like claws or like razor blades or knives or whatever, attached to his fingers or whatever. So he said like when like dude would just be standing there looking at him and he couldn't move. So he said that he had tried to get up or scream or whatever, like it's like he was having sleep paralysis inside of his dream. Like this dude would have a force on him that he couldn't get up. So then he said like the dude would just launch at him and just run straight to him and start ripping at him, whatever. So he said that's when he would start screaming and all this and that, and then he'd wake up in the hole. The guards would be at the door, like he said he was screaming really loud, I guess to get the guards' attention, whatever. And the guards would come tell him like, man, be quiet, shut up, and you just acting out or whatever. But then he said, this happened like 5 days in a row, like every night, the same reoccurring nightmare would happen. So he said one day, like on the 5th night, he just was really going through it, like this guy with this black and red sweater with the claws or whatever. He said that, he like went overtime on him. Then he said like when he woke up or whatever, well, when the guards woke him up from kicking and screaming and hollering, he said he had 5 like scratch marks on the side of his chest. And he was like, I didn't put that there. And, the guards was like puzzled, like, well, we gonna have to put you in a psych ward if you keep, doing this, causing self-harm or whatever. And he was like, I promise it ain't me doing it. So he said like, ever since then, he had just have these nightmares, the same recurring dream. So I said, oh, so that must, well, I said this to myself in my head. So I'm thinking to myself like, oh, that might be the reason why, when he came up in here, he thought that, you remember when I say he was all jittery and shaking and stuff? I guess he just, came from the hole or whatever. So that's explaining it. So I was like, hey, man, don't do that, man. You scared the heck out of me. My fault, y'all. My wife she was over there peeking in through the dang kitchen. But I'm telling the story. So, anyway, y'all hit the like button. I ain't been scared. This woman is scared the heck out of me. I'm telling y'all this story, and she all creeping over here by the dang kitchen. Like, she just scared me, y'all. Anyway, and yes, sometimes your partner Dante gets scared. She just scared me. Hell, I think I just scared myself telling y'all this story. Anyway, so he telling me like, yeah, the dreams they never went away, and this is why he keep screaming and hollering at night. So I tell him like, man, you might need some sleeping medication or whatever. And he like, man, no, see, that's the thing, Dante. I don't want to sleep, because I really feel like if I go under, like if I take like a melatonin or something, I'm never gonna wake up. And I said, man, that's a cold way to live, yo. So the next day, y'all, same thing happened. He wake up, screaming, hollering, whatever. But here's the kicker, y'all. He told me, like, Dante, I did it. And I'm like, you did what? Now remember, y'all, he landed on top of me, the top bunk, pause. And he rolled over and he got something in his hand. He clutched something in his hand. And I'm like, what is that? Tell me why, y'all, this dude had a piece of cloth that was red and black. All right, y'all, make sure y'all cop y'all military mind game merchandise. I'm going to have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. I got things for women, men, boys, and girls. So y'all make sure y'all go check it out. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month. So that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your military mind games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all, listen. This story that I'm about to tell y'all right now, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm hoping that it's not true, but the way it was told to me, it sounds like it's true because I've been locked up before, and I done seen situations in lockup and in the streets that this actually could have happened. So let's start in prison. So you got this dude named Davino. Davino is from Saginaw, Michigan. Davino ended up getting with this chick. And Davino, let me just describe how Davino looked. Davino is maybe 5'4", 5'3". He is short little dude, short little black dude, right? And the girl he ended up getting into a relationship with was this black chick that was maybe 5'11"-ish, maybe even 6 foot. Don't worry, y'all, she was a woman. But she was a big woman. I'm talking about big woman, like pushing 220, 225. Big girl, right? So it ain't nothing wrong having a big girl. Y'all know what time it is. Hit that like button. Anyway, so he ended up getting into a relationship with this girl. Now, according to the person that told me this, Davino had a big girl fetish. He liked to date bigger girls and taller girls than him.
And one of the things that he like doing is the chick picking him up off his feet. It's weird. Hey, it ain't for us to judge. It is what it is. So I guess he get into a relationship with this girl and everything is going smooth. He's dating her for maybe about 2 months and she started isolating him from his family. Now, me being a jail dude and knowing cats that are predators, I understand. Well, let's do a little side thing right quick. Because I want the women out here to know, and the men that might got sons or daughters, to catch this type of behavior before it go all the way bad. If a man or woman get into a relationship with either or, and they try to isolate that person from their family and friends, that is one of the signs right there that they are a predator and they got predatory behavior, okay? And the first thing they try to do is isolate you from your family and your friends. So I would give y'all plenty other stories about this, but let's just stick to it. So what she would do, she would isolate him from his family and friends. Now, dude got a couple of siblings. He got like 2 sisters and like 3 brothers, right? And they all kind of close. They all look out for each other and everything. So it was like really weird for him not to be showing up. Like mama always do the last Sunday of the month. Everybody come to mama house and she either do breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you know, for all the kids to come to the house, right? And the grandkids. He ain't showed up to about 3 of them, right? And then when he did show up with baby girl, she just had this bad vibe, and it's just, the family didn't like her. They could tell something wrong. This ain't our brother. He kind of docile now, and they just know like, nah, this chick she ain't good for him. So about a whole month will go past, and he ain't show up till, you know, the last Sunday dinner, brunch, lunch type thing, right? So they call him like, yo, Davino, where you at? Where you at, bro? He like, oh, I'm just at home chilling. They like, yo, where you at? We about to say grace, man. Where you at? And he like, nah, I think I'm gonna stay. I won't be able to make it. What? Mama ain't gonna like that. Come on, Davina. What you mean you ain't gonna make it, man? We been doing this for about 5 years, bro. Come on, man. What's up? He like, no, man, I'm good. I'm just gonna stay home. And then the sibling hears, who is that you talking to on the phone? Who is that? Oh, wait, y'all. Wait. I forgot to tell y'all. Baby girl has a 2-year-old daughter also. I forgot to tell y'all that. And her baby daddy is in prison, but he about to get out. Keep that in mind. So she like, who is that? And he like, hey, bro, I'm going to call you back. So Davino hang the phone up on his brother. His brother called right back. And the phone going straight to the voicemail. So the Vino brother, you know, talked to his other brother, and the sister's like, yo, I think something going on with Vino, man. They like, well, what you mean? No, I'm like, his girl, I heard her in the background, and he ever got off the phone, man. He just don't sound right, man. We finna go over there and go check on our brother, right? So they tell their mama, like, listen, we about to go check on the Vino. I don't think something right. Let's go check on him, right? So the mama like, all right, y'all be safe. So the brother get in the car and the 2 sisters get in the car, and they drive over there to the Vino apartment. They knocking on the door. The Vino, open the door, bro. The Vino like, man, y'all go away, man, go away. They're like, what, man? Open the door, man. He like, no, man, I don't want to be bothered, man. Just go. So they like, Davino, we ain't leaving until you open up the door, bro. Open the door, man. So they hear, man, move. It's the girl, move. So she comes to the door, and they like, what Davino at? She like, he said he don't want to talk to y'all. So the brother, the older brother, like pushed past her, like, man, watch out. So they pile up in the apartment, and she like, get out my place, get out my apartment. So they're like, Davino, where you at? Davino, where you at? Where you at, bro? Where you at? So they go to his bedroom, and the door is locked. So the brother banging on the door like, yo, Davino, man, hey, say something, man. I'm going to break this door down. Davino like, man, I'm all right, man. I'm all right. So they like, yo, Davino, why are you hiding, man? Like, what are you doing? Like, why you ain't trying to see us?
So the girlfriend, like, he said he don't want to see y'all, so y'all need to leave, get out. So they like, this not even your place, man. This our brother place. She like, I don't care. He said he don't want to see you. So the big brother like, man, Davino, open up this door before I kick the door in, man. 5, 4, 3. So Davino opened the door. Now when Davino opened the door, they like, bro, what's up, man? What happened to you? Bro, what happened? Remember, y'all, Davino ain't nothing but 5'3", 5'4". He's short little dude. Davino got 2 purple eyes and a busted lip. Betty girl been beating on Davino, y'all. So they like, oh, heads, who did this to you? The sister's like, who did this to you, Vino? Vino, who did this? The brother like, man, dog, who did this to you, Davino? You did this to him? You put your hands on my brother? This was the big brother saying. So he booking up at the girl, and the girl like, okay, and so what? And what y'all gonna do about it? So Davino, so they bucking up, they converging onto the girl, right? So they all walking up her. Davino get in between them like, no, y'all chill out, man. Stop, man. Y'all stop. Y'all just chill. Right? They like, no, bro, no. It ain't going down like that. It ain't going down like that. And Davino like, man, y'all, come on, man. Y'all chill, man. Chill out, man. Y'all just go, man. I'm going to take care of it. So they arguing back and forth. One of the neighbors hear the arguing, and they actually see when the brothers and sisters forced their way into the crib. So the police, they pulling up. Police coming up the stairs like, hey, what's going on? Hey, what's going on? So they like, man, she putting her hands on my brother. And police like, man, wait, who live here? Which one of y'all actually live here? So the police got to separate them, got the siblings over there, the Vino and this girl right there sitting on the couch. So they figured it out. So the police like, hey, listen, y'all, if y'all don't stay here, y'all gotta go. They like, no, we ain't going nowhere without our brother. So he like, is your brother over 18? Yeah, he at where y'all, and there's nothing you can do. So now the police come talk to the Vino and like, you want to press charges? Like, what happened? He like, man, I failed. So the police look at him like, come on, bro. You failed. You fell right into 2 fists, huh? He like, no, man, I just failed. And the police like, listen, but come here. So they walk the Vino outside the apartment. They're like, hey, listen, man. If you want to press charges and you don't feel safe, you need to let us know because, sometimes men do get abused by women and, they don't never come forward for whatever reason. I mean, do you want to press charges? What's up? He like, nah, man, it's straight. We good. So the police like, well, I got to ask, did you put your hands on her? He like, no, man. So the police like, what happened? He like, man, honestly, it's all good, man. We ain't got to worry about nothing. I'm good. So the girl is like, they asked now, another cop asked her, like, what happened? She like, nothing happened. I came in the house. He was just like that. So the police like, so you don't know who did this to him? Did you do this? And she like, no. So they like, all right, whatever. So she don't know what's going on. He don't want to press charges, and he ain't saying that she did anything. So the police like, all right, we gone, but I'm going to let y'all know right now, if I get another call to come out here, somebody going to jail. So I bet not get no more calls out here. All right, officer. So the Vino closed the door. As the cop coming down the stairs, the siblings down the stairs like, hey, what's up? Like, why you ain't arrest her? Officer like, he said he don't want to press charges. He said he just failed. They like, man, that's some bull. He ain't for me. That she up there beating on my brother. She beating on my brother, man. So he like, hey, man, listen. He a grown man, and if he don't want to press charges, what can we do? So they like, man, that's some bull. So the cops like, hey, listen, y'all better go before y'all get charged with trespassing. Y'all better leave. So like, all right, man, whatever. So they get in the car, they leave. This is where we about to enter the Terror Dome. Now, we're gonna fast forward 2 months later. The chick, her baby daddy gets out of prison. It was kind of like that scene off of Baby Boy. Remember with Snoop, when Jody came back to the house to make up with Yvette, and when he opened the door, when he knocked on the door, Snoop answered the door, just like that. But here's the twist. So, knock, 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 knock. Davino opens the door. Who's standing there? A baby daddy. Baby daddy name is Frank. Now, Frank is about 6'2", maybe 225, 230, all muscle, right? And he like, yo, what's up? Davino like, what's up, bro? He like, my girl here? He like, what girl? He like, my daughter. He like, oh yeah, you Frank, right? He like, yeah, what's up? So he like, yeah, she in here. So Frank just like walked past him, and he calling the daughter name. Since the daughter is a minor, I'm not gonna say her name. So she like, daddy. So she run to him, jump on him, and he hug her like, I miss you, baby, I miss you, and all this and that. And then she come, now his girlfriend, the Vino girlfriend, which is his baby mama, come from the back room, and she like, oh, what's up, Frank? You just got out? He like, yeah, baby, I'm here, baby, I'm back home. So she walk up to him and give him a hug, and he cuff her buttocks, right? So Davino that's sitting there, and he like, Frank like, oh, my bad, bro, my bad, I forgot, man, y'all together or something? He like, yeah, we together. He like, oh, my bad, man, my name's Frank, right? So he dap him up, but he bring him close to his chest, like, yeah, what's up? Yeah, like, what up, bro? I just got out, and, I'm back home, but I ain't gonna disrespect what you and my baby mama got going on, but, I'm here now, but, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna respect y'all relationship or whatever the case is. So Davino like, all right, bet, cool, that's a bet. I'm finna give y'all the dynamics here right quick. Just in case y'all ain't following what's going on. This girl moved in with Davino. This is Davino's apartment. Davino took in this girl and her daughter. Davino now has the girl baby daddy that's straight from prison that moved in here also. He paroled to the apartment. So as the days go on, Frank, he laid out on the couch. Frank ain't really doing too much. So it's kind of okay. It's unorthodox like a mother, right? But it's about to get crazy, y'all. One day, Davino come in the crib, right? And usually Frank, because Frank never go nowhere at all. When Davino come home, Frank usually right there, front center, laid out on the couch, watching TV or sleep or eating something, right? But Frank ain't in the living room. So Davino like, okay. Now Davino, he hears some moaning noises, and he hear like the bed rocking. So Davino like, oh man, wait a minute. So then he go towards the bedroom door is locked. So he knock on the door, and he like, hey, Frank, you in here? And it get quiet. And then he hear like some noises going on, like people moving around in there. So then the door come open, and Frank walk out with his shirt off. Now Frank got some shorts on, but his shirt is off. And he like, oh, my bad, bro, my bad. So he leave out of Davino's bedroom and go get on the couch, and Davino walk in the room, and old girl, the baby mama, is putting on her shirt. So Davino like, what's going on? And she like, what you mean what's going on? Ain't nothing going on. He like, man, what's going on? She like, I told you ain't nothing going on. So why you keep asking me what's going on? So he like, man, all right, man, whatever. She like, what you mean, whatever? You think we was in here effing? Is that what you said? You think that we was in here effing? Frank. My bad. I had to cough, y'all. My bad. She like, Frank. He like, what's up? She like, man, would you tell Davino that we ain't in here effing? He like, what, man? Heck no, man. Nah, bro, man. Man, we ain't doing that. Nah, heck no, bro. No, that's your woman, bro. This is my baby mama, bro. I wouldn't disrespect you like that, bro. So Davino like, man, it's all good. So Frank like, what you mean it's all good? Like you straight? You straight, Vino? He like, yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I need to go for a walk. So Davino got to walking off towards back to the door to get out the house, and Frank blocked the door like, hey, bro, listen, bro, I would never disrespect you like that, dog. You know, I was just in there chilling. We were just in there talking, and oh, my bad. Let me put my shirt on. Now, Frank had a 6-pack and was chiseled, so you know he just throwing his weight around the house like that. So he like, oh, my bad, bro. Let me put on the shirt, bro. My bad. Let me put on the shirt. So Frank put on the shirt, and he tell him like, look, bro, I want to do you like that, bro. It's all good. We good, bro. And Davino like, yeah, we good. So then Frank moved away from the door, and Davino walk outside. So now Davino walking around the apartment complex, like, man, what am I gonna do? I know they was in there doing it. I know they was doing it. But I can't beat up Frank. I can't even beat up my girlfriend. It's like, and if they jump me, it's like they gonna end up taking my life in there, man. So he like, man, I gotta get out of here. And let me let y'all know also too. This what makes it worse. Davino work at Popeyes, and Davino is the only one that got an income in that house. Now I know what y'all thinking. I know y'all like, oh, come on. It just keep getting worse. Davino that moved in this chick and her daughter, her jailbird, prison-bound baby daddy that moved into apartment with them, and Davino is paying all the bills. Now, for the sake of, contribution, the girl do get food stamps, so, it's food in the house. So we'll give her that. Plus, she's banging Frank in the bedroom. So he walking around like, man, I got to get out this situation, man. How I'm going to get out this situation? So he like, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave in the middle of the night, and I'm just go to my mama's house. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Yeah, I'm not about to. No. So we go back in the house. So Frank is on the couch, knocked out, just snoring. She's sitting right there in the kitchen, and she like, you want some bacon and eggs? He like, yeah, sure. She was like, and again, me and Frank didn't do anything. Whatever you thought you heard or what you seen, that wasn't there. He said, man, I'm not even tripping off that. I ain't even tripping off that. She was like, good, because we ain't do nothing. He like, all right, cool. So he said, I'm about to go in the bedroom. So he go in the room, and he lay down, and he get to watch the TV, and she come in there, and she sit on the edge of the bed, and she give him his food. She like, listen, whatever you thought you heard or you see, it wasn't that. Me and Frank was just in here talking, and, whatever you thought you heard or see, it wasn't that. We were just talking, just catching up on old times, and discussing how we gonna go forward with him finding a place to live, because, yeah, it is kind of weird that he's staying here, and, so that's what we was talking about. So Davino was like, you know what? It's all good. It's all good. We good. She like, oh, okay. So she tell him like, well, I am kind of in a mood. And he like, you in a mood for what? she like, you got me all hot and bothered talking about me and Frank done did something and we didn't do anything. So I want you to, F me. So he like, huh? She like, yeah, I want you to mess around with me. Yeah, let's do it. Now, due to YouTube laws and regulations, I can't say certain words, y'all. So that's why I'm saying F and all that type of stuff. Right? So anyway, before we go on, y'all, it's the fall season. It's fall season. It's getting cold outside, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all cop y'all some military mind game merch. I got them hoodies out. I'm going to have the link pinned in the comment section at the top. So y'all check out my merch store. All right. And also, if you haven't joined my TikTok, go over there and subscribe. I'm going to have that link in the comment section too. Let's get back to it. So anyway, they end up messing around. And as they messing around, like I don't know exactly what, I guess Davino was angry or whatever, but Davino was like killing it. Like, you know what I mean? He was pounding it out, right? As he doing this, she like, oh, Frank, oh, Frank. She's calling Davino Frank. She calling Davino Frank, y'all. So he like, what the? So he stopped and she like, no, keep going. He like, man, did you just call me Frank? Did you just call me Frank? She like, no, Vino, no, Frank. He like, well, you just said it again. So she said, stop, man, what you keep going, Frank? I mean, Davino. So he get up and she like, why did you stop? He like, man, you just called me Frank, man. So she was like, man, you get on my nerves. He like, no, man, you just called me Frank. So she said, man, shut up. So then Frank busts in the room. Now keep in mind, y'all, these two is naked like birds. Neither one of them got clothes on. All right, y'all. This is where this story is about to take a really ugly, dangerous turn. Now, before we go any further, this is the part where it's about to get real fast. So Frank comes in the room and he like, yo, what's going on? Why you was calling my name? And she was like, nah, we just got done effing and he talking about I was calling your name and he don't want to continue. So Frank was like, well, what? And she like, yeah, he talking about I was calling your name and we was doing it and he don't want to continue. So do you want to F me? And Frank like, Vino, is it cool? Is it cool if you ain't gonna finish? So Davino sitting there looking crazy. He looked like, what the? Man, I'm sitting here naked and this dude is right here and she talking about, can I finish? He gonna ask me, can he finish? So Vino like, man, I don't care, man. Go ahead, man. I don't even care. So she like, what you mean you don't care? What you mean you don't care? Frank like, oh man, Sue, he ain't tripping, I ain't tripping. All right, bro. All right, good looking. So Davino walk out the room and Frank closed the door. And well, they get to doing what they doing. Vino is sitting on the couch, y'all. And he just like, yo. Davino is so out of it. And so like taking the far back. He's sitting on his couch with no clothes on. He forgot to even put on his clothes. He just sitting there. So I guess he hears the chick moaning. Now, I don't know if she's moaning super loud on purpose. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But like after 6-7 minutes go by, Frank comes out the room. And he like, yeah, bro, good looking out, bro, good looking out. So Frank like, hey, listen, I got these pills, bro. If you want to go in there, I got these pills that, to keep you going. And shoot, I'm just letting you know, if you want to go in there now, you can do what you do. And Vino like, no, I'm good, bro. I'm good. So Vino goes back in the room and puts some clothes on, right? So the girl is passed out asleep. She passed out. I guess Frank put her to sleep, y'all. So Vino put on his pants, his shorts, and he put on a wife beater. And Frank has no clothes on at all, y'all. I don't want this video to get flagged. So I'm going to be real careful of what I'm going to say next, okay? I'm not going to tell y'all exactly what happened, but I'm going to lead y'all up into the room. I'm going to lead y'all up until your imagination can fill in the blanks. As Davino putting his stuff on, right? Frank comes to the door. And he like, man, I ain't done. I ain't done. So Davino like, what? Frank like, I ain't done. This thing won't go down. I ain't done. So Davino like, well, I mean, he like, she sleep, bro. I'm about to leave. He like, no. I can't mess with her. She sleep. I need movement. And he like, what? He like, Davino like, well, I mean, you can tell her wake up. He like, no. It ain't about me waking her up. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, would you look out for me? Davino like, what? What do you mean, look out for you? Frank like, would you look out for me? He like, what do you mean, look out for you? Like, wake her up or something? He like, no, bro, I wanna do it, bro. Davi like, no, man, no, I'm not gay, man. No, Frank like, no, you ain't gotta do nothing gay, man. This what we do to survive in the penitentiary. Davino like, man, we ain't in the penitentiary, bro. You ain't locked up. I know some of y'all thinking, oh, Dante getting this from Friday After Next with Damon and Money Mike. No, I'm not. So Frank closed the door and he rushes Davino. Now, I'm going to put a big pause, double pause, triple pause. Shout out to Real Kids TV. A billionth of a pause right there. When Frank got done with him, the girl found him unconscious. Found Davino unconscious. What did you do, Frank? Frank, what did you do? See, here's the thing about Frank. Not only Frank was popping pills before this incident took place, for my cats out there that be wetting their nose with that white powder, Frank hit a line also. After Frank did what he did, he went back on the couch and went to bed. Passed out on the bed. Baby girl was freaked out because she realized what happened. She know Frank violated Davino. So she calls the police. And she's slapping Davino, right? Davino finally wakes up. He's sore in the mud. When he realized what Frank did to him, he snapped. He ran to the kitchen, grabbed a big boy knife, and well, we just gonna put it this way. I'm telling y'all this story because this story was told to me by somebody that was locked up with Davino. They ended up giving Davino 20 years. that Vino, I'm just gonna say he Mike admired Jason Frank for what he did to him. Ladies, listen up. If you trying to get in tip-top shape, make sure you go check out this channel right here, man. She got all these workouts that can help you out dealing with your lower body workout, your hamstring and glute, chest and biceps. She even talk about supplements. Y'all go over there and check her out. I'm gonna have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. Hey, if y'all looking for a good story time on TikTok, make sure y'all go check out Lars 24 Karat. Go check him out, y'all. He tells some good tales on his channel, man. Hey, it's the fall time. Make sure y'all get y'all a cup of hot cocoa and pull up a seat and just relax and check out Lars 24 Karat on TikTok. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month, so that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section. White woman, gay black man, a glizzy, and a cattle prod. We got a lot to discuss. And by the way, this is a story time.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
We got a lot to unpack with this story. I know y'all wondering, yo, Dante, what's up with the red cup? Whatever is in this red cup after this story time, y'all might need some yourselves. So you got this white woman, and she goes to this club. Now, this white woman, she don't like white men. She's not attracted to white men at all. She like brothers, you know, brothers that look like us, right? So she sees a brother at the bar. Now, this white woman is 42 years old, right? She been married twice to two brothers at that. So she see this brother at the bar, and she approaches him, and she like, "How you doing?" And he turns around and look at her, look her up and down. Now she bad. This is a cold white woman. She cold. She done got her lips done. She done got her boobs done. She done got that done back there. So he looking at her. He like, "I'm good. How you doing?" Right? So they talking, they kicking it. Long story short, they end up going back to her crib. They end up making great, passionate, intense love, right? Now, they having this love-a-thon. I'm going to call it a love-a-thon for maybe 9 days straight. It's pure erotic. They just getting it on, right? So one day she tells him, because she haven't been to his crib, she like, "Hey, where do you live at?" So he tell her where he live at. He live on a shady side of town, the east side, right? So she say, "Well, I want to see what your place look like." He like, "No, I'm kind of embarrassed." She like, "No, I want to see it." So he like, "All right, you can come over tonight, but I warned you, it's on the bad side of town." She like, "That's okay."
So she ended up going to the crib later on, right? He opened the door. The house is nice, actually. It's in a bad neighborhood, but the house is nice. So she looked around. She said, well, I mean, your house is great. It's nice. It looked real good. It's really clean. I'm surprised. He like, why are you surprised? She was like, well, you know, typically men, they are kind of dirty. And he like, not me, honey. That was the first sign, y'all. The first sign. Now here come the second sign. So she asked him to go to the bathroom because she know. Now they ain't got no title. They have no title on their relationship at all. But she know to go to the bathroom because that'll tell it all. If he got a woman that, you know, that be coming through or whatever. Because a woman will always leave something. Funny story. Back in 2002, I got caught up on a situation with this one chick. And, you know, back then I was single. And this one girl, she was just hating. When I say hating, she'd just always leave something around my apartment, man. And then if I bring another chick, they'll try to confront me about what they done found. But anyway, so she goes to the bathroom, right? She looking around the bathroom. She don't see nothing that will make her think that a woman stays here or been here. So she goes to the medicine cabinet. She opened up the medicine cabinet because she want to see what type of pills this dude take. Is he a healthy guy? Do he take vitamins? All that. She all up in his business, right? She don't find nothing. She see some calcium pills, some vitamins, some men one-a-days, you know, the normal. So she like, okay. But she opened the shower curtain and she see shampoo, like kiwi, strawberry, hair and conditioner. So she's thinking like, that's kind of odd. Well, maybe he just like to smell, you know, he like to smell good, like with fruits or whatever. So she used the bathroom, she wipe, she leave out. So she goes back to him. She's like, man, you are very clean. He like, yeah. So he say, hey, listen, I want to know if we can do something different tonight. And she like, do what? He like, nah, never mind. She like, no, what is it? He like, I don't want you to look at me different. And she's like, what is it, man? He like, man, okay, listen. You remember the other night when I was on top? She was like, yeah. And, you know, I told you to put your hands on. Now listen, y'all. Due to YouTube regulations and stipulations, and I'm trying to get paid, so I can't go into great detail. But basically, when he was on top, right, just follow me. Her hands, he kept moving her hand, because first she was like scratching his back. But he kept moving her hands down to his buttocks, right? And it got to a certain point that maybe she said because she was moving so fast, or maybe she don't know. But eventually her hands will always end up in his crack, right? Anyway, so he said, you remember that one day that, you know, when you was on top and we was doing what we was doing? She was like, yeah. He was like, okay, I got a confession. She say, what is it? He like, okay, listen, I just got to know if you open to certain things. So she's like, it just really depends. So he was like, okay, I'll tell you what, because I feel embarrassed. So I'll be right back. Hold on, y'all. I need to take a drink for this one. Just a sip. Do me a favor, y'all, before we go on. I need for y'all to smash that like button and share this video, because we about to go into the Terror Dome full force, no stops. So he comes back and he have a book bag. So she looking at this book bag, and it's a black book bag, maybe about about this big, right? and they got like pink feathers on the straps. You know, when you like right there got pink feathers with glitter on it. So she looking. So he like, okay, here. So she said, is it a bomb in here or something? He was like, oh, no, it ain't no bomb. Just look in there. I'm just embarrassed. So she say, oh, you cute, because he blushing at this time. So she opened it, and she looked in, and she got this confused look on herself. She got a confused look on her face. So she reached in, and she pulled out a glizzy. Now, I'm not going to say, y'all know what a glizzy is. Just think about it. A glizzy is a hot dog. But in this case, a glizzy is where y'all know what I mean. So she pull out this glizzy and she like, oh, you like toys? He like, yeah, I do. She like, oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Well, yeah, we can incorporate this. He like, we can? She like, yeah, no problem. So he like, oh man. She like, that. Listen, you ain't gotta be embarrassed. If this what you went to, yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. He like, man, all right, cool, bet. So she said, you want to get started? He like, yeah, let's go. So they start getting it on right there on the couch, right? Now, they being intimate regular. They not using the toys. So then he tells her maybe after 8 minutes into their session, right? He say, hey, you ready? You ready? You ready to use them? She like, yeah, come on. So she grabs it, right? She grabbed one of the glizzies, right? And when she grabs it, he turns around and two his thing up in the air. And she like, what are you doing? And he like, oh, well, we about to use it, ain't we? So she like, yeah. Now she got this confused look on her face, like what are you doing? So he like, we about to use it. So she's like, oh, okay. So she gets in front of him, and he like, wait, what's going on? So she said, what you talking about? And he like, oh, never mind. So she's like, what? Ain't you about to use this on me? He was like, yeah. That's strike 2, 3, and 4, and 5. So they end up doing what they was doing, right? She did not use it on him. So they do what they do. She give him a kiss. She get dressed. She leaves. Now we about to enter the Terror Dome. A couple days will go by, and she talking to her best friend, like, yo, I met this black guy, and I think he the one. Our sexual energy is crazy, and I think I love this guy. I think I love this man. And she was like, girl, you just met this guy. You only know him for about 2 weeks. She's like, yeah, but I'm telling you, man, it's just a connection that I just can't, So she's like, all right, girl, whatever. I guess I'll support you in whatever you do. So she like, thank you. She get a call. Ring. Her cell phone blowing up. It's blowing up, y'all. So she answered the phone. It's him. He like, hey, where are you? Now he sound like he is in distress. She like, I'm out. What's going on? Are you okay? He like, listen, I need for you to call me an ambulance, and then the phone just goes dead, right? Her face drained of all color, and she turned beet red. Her friend like, what's wrong? What's going on? She's like, I gotta go. So she leaves out, jump in her car, and she's speeding to get over there. She gets on the phone to call the police, but she don't know the address. She just know how to get there. And she like, please, I need an officer. Y'all gotta stay on the phone with me because my boyfriend, he called me and I know he's in distress and he's hurt, but I don't. They asked him where do he live at? I just know he live on the east side. So they're like, you don't know the street yet? I don't know. I just never paid attention. So they say, well, call us when you get there. Okay. So she pull up, get out. She goes into the house. She calling his name. So we're going to put a pause right there because we're going to have to take another drink because we are really about to go into the Terror Dome. She goes into the bathroom. When she opened the door, it kind of reminds me of, y'all remember when Mace did an interview and he said that, Cameron did an interview and he said that he went to Puff Daddy townhouse where Mace was staying at. And he said he went to go use the bathroom, but he went to Puff bathroom and he seen a glizzy on the counter. This would have kind of remind me of. And to clear Mace, Cameron said that he asked Mace like, yo, what's up with that? And Mace was like, yo, that's homeboy joint. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. But anyway, when she opened the door, when she see homeboy is, I don't know. I'm trying to describe this in a way that they don't knock this video down. Homeboy is in the shower. The curtain is wide open. Homeboy is in the shower. There's a glizzy that is, I guess, cemented to the wall. Not cemented, but taped to the wall or whatever. There's a glizzy that's taped to the wall. The glizzy is inside of him. There's like a low vibrating noise. That's going on. She sees that his body is kind of like ticking, shaking. I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. This dude was doing, I don't understand. I never heard of this. Maybe y'all in the comment section, maybe somebody could clarify this. But this man had a glizzy inside of him with a stunt gun or taser or something that would shock him, and whatever happened, he ended up passing away due to cardiac arrest. That's what they put on the police report, where the coroner put on the death certificate. He passed away of a cardiac arrest. I don't know if, I tell y'all all the time that I cannot tell y'all how to program. Your big partner Dante tell y'all all the time. Hold up. Let's get the dramatic effect right quick. But I tell y'all all the time that what y'all do in y'all bedroom is y'all business. However, the level of freakiness that this dude was involved in, I don't, I come from the late 80s. I was walking, surviving them years of the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and we here in the mid 2020s, right? 2024. We living in a time, see, I come from that time where, growing up, you like the chicks with the cute face and, a nice rack. As time went on, dudes is now attracted to women that got big butts, right? I come from a time where it was maybe only 3 positions.
missionary from the back and the girl on top, right? You do what you do when you get off. But in today's time, a lot of y'all is so freaked out that this story landed here on the Donta Show Network, a special spot from the Terror Dome. I can't even really, the lady that told me this story, she got into great graphic detail, which I'm going to spare y'all the details. I guess it's some type of electroshock sexual stimulation that goes on with the stun gun or the Prado gun, whatever he had. It ended up, I don't know. He just ended up dying from a heart attack. We living in some times, y'all. Hey, do me a favor, y'all. Listen, I got a TikTok channel. I'm gonna have that pinned in the comment section, okay? Listen, I'm going to go live on my I'm not going live no more on this channel. I'm gonna go live on my TikTok channel, and I'm gonna do it in a special way because TikTok allow you to have people to come up, like 4 or 5 people. And what I'm gonna do, since it's Halloween, October, I want y'all to share. I want y'all to come over there on TikTok. I'm going live tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time, right? And I want y'all to come up there and be a guest on the channel so we can talk about supernatural things, all right? Also, there's a guy by the name of Be Humble that did 20 years in the Navy, y'all. Now, he's telling some crazy military stories. If y'all like my stories, y'all definitely gonna like his stories. So y'all go over there and go check it out. If you enjoyed this story time, you would definitely enjoy this story time right here. I came across this video called I Caught Omar Gooden at the Club Drunk. You won't believe what happened. Okay, this story was hosted on this channel called Woo Cycles. Y'all make sure y'all go check that out. It's a guy that's telling stories by riding his bike through the neighborhood. So y'all go check that out. Both links will be pinned at the top of the comment section. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month. So that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man?
I don't know.
You say you don't know?
I don't know. Depends on who this is.
This Donta.
Donta. Oh, Donta.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't expect you to call me.
Yeah.
But that's cool.
Yeah, I seen the message, man. So what happened?
My brother moved in with my sister. She had 2 young girls. One was 4, one was 5. So she told them to sleep in the bottom bunk, and the other one was, both of them sleep in the top bunk.
Okay.
So they that was going on for, I guess, a couple of weeks, and then during those weeks she kept getting in the bottom bunk when he gets home from work, and he go tell my sister, and she'll make him get back in the top bunk. And so one night he came in. I guess he was mad because she kept getting in the bottom bunk. So he picked her up and grabbed her and threw her in the top bunk.
Now, hold on one second. For the sake of educational purposes, I'm gonna ask you, can I record this, but you leave the names out of it?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so you can keep going.
Okay, so he threw in the top bunk, and then he went to go tell my sister that she was in the bottom bunk again. And when he went to go do that, she came running around the corner saying he touched me.
Now, what's the ages of the guy and the girl?
Oh, the girl was probably about 5, and his age, man, I don't know. I got to think back, probably about in his 30s.
Oh, wait. So he was in a bunk bed?
Yeah, because he had moved back from California. And so he moved temporarily, moved in with my sister, which was the family home that we grew up in. Oh. And so for some reason, she wanted him to sleep in the bottom bunk bed, which her other daughter had the other room, and her and her husband had the main room.
And he couldn't sleep in the. So what was the arrangement like? Was he staying there till he got on his feet, a couple months, or?
Yeah, that was the arrangement until he got back on his feet.
Okay, so she come around the corner like, Mama, he touched me.
Right, exactly.
So who is this guy related? Is he any relations to you?
My brother.
Oh, okay, your blood brother. Well, let me ask you this. Have he ever had any prior allegations of this happening?
Never.
So what's your opinion? What do you think happened?
Well, that's the thing. See, all this, he explained what happened. Yeah, he said he told my sister and her husband, I might have touched her when I threw her back in the bunk bed, but it wasn't in a sexual way, but I grabbed her. Yeah, I did. And so they squashed it. It was okay. But years later, when she turned, she was probably about 16, and her older sister asked her, said, how are you using tampons when you're supposed to be a virgin? And so she said, well, maybe because of what Uncle so-and-so did.
Oh.
Yeah. And so that's when the issue came out. So it's like now they want to go file charges. They went straight to the cops. And so they went through all the process and everything. And, you know, he got us a lawyer that he barely paid money to, apparently. Everybody else wanted $20,000. He paid, I think, the lawyer $5,000. And so it was like a he say, she say. And the jury found him guilty.
Now, what was they like? Did you go to any of the court hearings and hear like the testimonies?
I didn't go to any of the testimonies because I didn't want to be like, you know, picking sides. Yeah. But once I found out that they found him guilty, I went to the sentencing part. But after he was convicted and everything, went to prison, I requested his wife, my brother's wife, sent me the transcripts to the court hearing, and by reading all that, that's when I really come to understand this was crazy. It didn't make sense that he would be convicted because of how everything came out.
Could you share some of the details of what was in them transcripts?
Let's see. The transcript was like she had been dealing during that time when she was around 5. They had some there was another female from next door, was a little bit older, was a little bit sexually active towards her. Also, my sister had different boyfriends at the time, so she was dating, and they were living in the house at one time, and then she get tired of him, she found another boyfriend.
So it could have been a wide range of people that could have done this to her.
Exactly.
So how much time did they ultimately give him?
They gave him 5 years. He did 2.5.
So it was two. So it was 2.5, and his max was 5.
Right.
Oh, so he's out.
Oh yeah, he's been out. He's been out for about 8 years, maybe 7 to 8 years.
Oh, okay. So your ultimate question was, what happened to him while he was in there?
No, well, my question was because I'm thinking the reason why she said that because she got caught that she wasn't a virgin. That was my thinking. So that's why she came out. She had to give an answer to her older sister. Why are you wearing tampons when you're supposed to be a virgin? So she had to give an answer.
And that was one hell of an answer.
Exactly. And I didn't understand, why other folks couldn't see it my way. Not other folks, but my sister and her husband couldn't see it from that way. Are you 100% sure that if you send your brother to prison, that she's not lying? And you know your daughter. I know your daughter. She lies a lot.
Did they ever take her to the hospital?
She refused, according to the transcripts. She refused to take a test, to do the exam.
See, by me and you talking and the audience listening, the audience probably be 50-50 with it. But what I'm hearing is that it sounds shaky. And I don't think, me dealing with the courts and stuff like that, I don't see how they can get a conviction unless there was some sufficient evidence, and that's why I said, like in them transcripts, something else had to taken place or some type of test. So it was no physical evidence or anything?
Zero.
It was just literally he say, she say.
Literally. And that's how the jury believed, because the prosecutor, they had them bring old pictures and all this kind of stuff, and she was always crying on the pictures and this, and so that's how they say that's how she grew up, which they just happened to find these pictures. But then I said, well, if your lawyer had did the same thing, you could have found pictures, because we found a picture recently, just before the trial came out, where them two, my brother and my niece and my sister, took pictures together. Very close and they were very close, like everybody was happy.
Yeah, when it comes to situations like that, when you hit the yard, ain't nobody gonna try to hear your side of the story, whether you innocent or guilty.
Right.
And them type of charges, as you know, are bad charges. But when it comes, that's why, like, when I was locked up, I wasn't the type that immediately want to do something to somebody with bad charges, because I do know of cases where cats was innocent, and dudes still got toe off up in there when they was innocent. And then when it came out that they got exonerated, it's like, well, just in case he did do it. You know what I'm saying? Which is crazy. And that's why I said, like, when it comes to situations like that, I just be reserved unless there's just so much sufficient evidence, whether it's physical evidence, or the guy just admitted.
Yeah. I mean, that's what other lawyers, they look at, that I knew after the fact. They looked into the case. They couldn't believe it that he was convicted, because there's no physical evidence. There was nothing. It was totally a he say, she say.
Well, even to play devil's advocate, one might say it might not be physical evidence because all the time that took place. But one thing for sure, when she came to her the first time and said, "Hey, he touched me," right then and there, she should have got proactive, and that would have cleared him from wrongdoing if she would have took her to the hospital.
Right.
And you know, it got to be signs there. You know, if so, she's trying to say that he was touching her for multiple years.
She was saying just that one time.
But how? But you know, not to even sound perverted or anything. You know, it's in relation to this case. It wasn't enough time for him to penetrate her if he just picked her up and put her back in the bed.
Exactly.
You know, that don't equate to losing your virginity.
It don't. I said, and they in the court, according to the transcript, the lawyer asked her, "Well, did you see any blood? Did you see this and that?" She said, "No, I didn't see none of that." I said, "You washed her clothes?" She said, "Yeah," but then her excuse was like, "I was going through a divorce at the time, so I wasn't paying attention." I'm going, and I'm thinking to myself, I said, "It's a 5-year-old girl. If this girl was penetrated, there was going to be a lot of blood."
Here's the thing. Well, thank God we're not using names. But let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
Was your sister, like, promiscuous? You know what I mean? Like, was she the type, like you said, she had multiple boyfriends in and out. Do you think, okay, did the other daughter ever say that she was ever touched by anybody?
No.
So it was just the younger daughter.
It was the next to the youngest daughter that made the claim.
How do your brother feel about that now, about his niece now?
He hadn't talked to her since. He was highly upset about the whole matter, and communication is zero. So that's a wedge between pretty much throughout the family because of how it went down.
Yeah, it's one of them things, outside looking in, you hear about these stories and it's like your heartstrings is pulled on because a child is involved, and that's why I just usually just say neutral in these type of situations, because I done met cats that was guilty than the mother effer, but they sound innocent. You know what I mean?
Right.
They holler to the moon that they innocent. To turn out they was guilty than the mother, because they done
all the time.
They done related the truth to one of their cellies or somebody, and done got back to somebody, and so I don't know, man. So how did your brother, was he like the same type of guy when he got out of the penitentiary, or you could tell something?
He was the same. He was the same. He didn't really change anything. He just, I know when he got home, he stayed at my house for about 2 weeks. But he said, "I don't want to have nothing to do with any, as far the way you have to, get a haircut, or shave, and all that kind of stuff. I want the real thing now." But other than that,
did he have to register? Did he have to get on a registry?
Yeah, it's a lifetime register. You got to register. I think it's a lifetime register. You got to go register every year.
Dang.
Yeah, that's the thing. I said, man, you got to deal with that crap. But while he was in there, while he was in the county, there was some stuff that went down, and he was, some homosexuality going on, as far as you got he said it was 3 guys, they standing up. One of them, each one has each other's.
Whoa. Please, brother, please spare me the details. So he said he walked in on that?
Yeah, jerking each other off. I'm going, oh my God.
Or was he involved in that?
No, he wasn't involved.
Oh,
he wasn't involved in it. No, he saw it, and then he went and told the guard. He said, "God," he's like, "get these fools out of here. They over here doing this and doing that." So what they did, they took them out and they separated them. And then once he made it down to the penitentiary in Huntsville, I think he said a month later, those same guys met up with him in prison. He said, man, talk about he had to keep his head on a swivel. They was about to get him. And just so happened, he said that next day, they all got transferred out. And that was the closest thing he came to any trouble, was right there when he was when those on those same guys he had snitched on.
Hey, you know, when I be saying welcome to the Terror Dome,
yeah,
it's the Terror Dome, man. It's crazy, and it's a madhouse. All dudes want to do is have sex with each other, fight, and it's just a madhouse.
Hey, I'm glad I never went, because I can only imagine. I can only imagine. In which I got a nephew that's there now. He's been there for about 11 years, and he's in there for life without parole.
But he took somebody's life or something?
Well, his buddy took the other guy's life. They went to go try to take his car, and so my nephew, a little short guy, they was trying to fight a 6'3" white guy, and that's when the other guy pulled out his gun and shot the guy. Oh. And he took off running.
So they got him for accessory.
That's what it was. It was on the first 48. They had it on the first 48, 2011.
Who dropped the dime?
It was the crazy part. If you see it on the first 48, they found a fingerprint on the car, a thumbprint or something, and that was my nephew's. And they went to go talk to him, and they had no idea which way to go. It was just because of that fingerprint, and they questioned him in the room. And then when they left the room, my nephew slapped his fist into his hand, and that's when they knew they had him. They got the right one, because he got mad.
That's cool.
You don't realize you got cameras in there, man.
Cost him his life right there.
Right there. He said, "Oh, we got him. So now we know how to go about getting him." And that's what it is. Life without parole. He was 19 years old.
I couldn't imagine, man. That's why when the time they gave me, I wasn't even complaining. I did not complain at all, because I'm like, of everything that I done did, if I done got charged for everything I done did, they probably would have gave me 60, 70 years. So I was cool with my 10 piece. But look, due to the sake of time, I enjoyed this. I'm going to put this out tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. All right. Sounds good, man.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
All right. You have a good day.
All right. Bye.
If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month. So that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section. People think that all the female guards in prison is fine and sexy. That's not true at all. In fact, most of the female guards that be working in prison is busted, toe up, and disgusted. Now, listen, there's a difference from the chicks that work at the county jail versus the prison. Now, you might get maybe 10 straight female guards out of maybe 40 at the county jail, but that's a long stretch too. But in prison, it's very, very rare that you gonna get a bad prison guard. Now, you might get one or two, but let's get to the story time. Anyway, so every maybe 3 months, they will bring a whole new batch of new prison guards in. Now, with these prison guards, they doing the walkthrough with the warden and the captain and the admiral, you know, people like that. So they do these tours to let the guard, you know, to let the new guards know, like, this is what y'all gonna have to deal with. Look these inmates in their eyes. These inmates ain't nothing but animals. We just a scum of the earth, right? So I end up seeing this white chick. Now, back in the day before I got locked up, I really wasn't attracted to white women at all. But as time would go on, I had me a couple of snow bunnies, if you know what I mean. So anyway, so I see this white chick that comes through and I'm looking at her. I'm like, oh my goodness. So as I'm looking at her, I'm noticing you got gunners over here. Y'all like, Dante, what is a gunner? A gunner is a cat that will stand at his cell. He'll be in his cell door all day looking at the female guards, and, well, we just gonna say he'll be relieving himself, if you know what I mean. You know, you got cats that's right there that's doing that. You got other dudes that's looking like, man, who's that? Who them people is, right? And then you got people like me looking like, I wonder who can I extort? I wonder which one of these prison guards I'm going to be able to impose my will on for them to bring me things up in here, right? But she caught my eye. And when I said she was like a breath of fresh water, oh my goodness. So I'm looking at her, I'm like, man, I hope she stay. I hope she stay, right? So I'm in my cell and I'm reading a book, and I'm just thinking about this chick. I'm like, man, if she come to this prison, I got to have her. I got to get me a piece of that. I got to, right? So time would go on, about 3 or 4 months would go on, and then I'm coming from the yard and I got my shirt off. When I hit the door, who do I see at the control booth? It's her. She is sitting right there at the control booth with another officer. And I'm like, whoa, I can't believe she here. Old girl is here, the white girl here. So I walk up to the control booth and I'm like, hey, can you open my door to let me in? So she looked at me for a minute and then she said, what's your name? I said, my name Dante. She like, okay, hold on 1 second. Let me make sure you're supposed to be in that cell. So then she hit the button. I was like, thank you. So then I walk off and I go to the cell. Now, let me tell y'all something right quick. In prison, it's a code of conduct for the inmates that you do not get friendly with the guards. You do not get friendly with the guards because other cats will be thinking that you squealing and dropping dimes. You know, you understand? Just like, here's an example. Let's say you always talking to a certain guard, right? And then the next day, a dude's cell get raided. Who do y'all think they gonna look at? They gonna look right at you. They gonna be like, you always in the guard's face. You always holding conversation. You got to be working with the police. And trust me, there's a lot of CIs up in there that be working with the police, okay? So anyway, this wasn't the case. I had the hots for this white chick. So I ended up going to my cell and I'm sitting on my bed and my homeboy coming in. He like, hey, Dante, man, you see the white girl? I said, yeah, that's me. He like, no, man, that's me. I said, trust me, that's me. That's all me. So he like, all right, we gonna see. Now my homeboy Al, he was a real slick player type dude, right? So this was friendly competition between me and Al. So I'm like, listen, I give it maybe a month, and we gonna see what it is. So Al like, shoot, man, give me 2 weeks. I got that. I'm like, all right, bet. So what's the wager? He said, well, let's do 20 soups. I'm like, all right, you on. So the next day, right, she come in. And I'm looking at her, right, and all these dudes whistling at her. I'm in the cut. And I'm just looking at all these cats that's howling and gunning and just doing the most, right? So
the captain come in and he tell us like, hey, listen, if y'all keep harassing my guard, y'all going on lockdown, period. So dudes didn't want to get on lockdown because we just came off of a national lockdown, right? So dudes kind of chilling, but the gunners, they still gonna do what they do. So I'm down there and I'm playing dominoes, right? And she walk up to me. She like, hey, I need to talk to you right quick. I'm like, all right, what's going on? She said, no, I need for you to come to the control booth. So I get up and I go to the control booth. And she was like, how long you been in here? I was like, why you curious? She like, because I just want to know how long you been in here and what you did. I said, well, it's in my case file. You can easily look it up. She was like, I just want to know if you're going to tell me the truth. I'm like, what you mean you just want to know if I'm going to tell you the truth? I mean, why are you interested in me for? She was like, I don't know. I just want to see who you was, but I'll talk to you later. So she let me out the control booth and I go back and sit down. Now, my homeboy's like, yo, D, what was that all about? I'm like, I don't know, man. She just said she wanted to know who I was, whatever. So they like, huh? And Al like, man, get out of here. I said, yeah. I said, don't be hating on me because she ain't call you to the control booth. So about 20 minutes go by and we all about to go to dinner, right? So we all heading out of the pod and she stops me. She like, hey, Donta, I need to talk to you right quick. I'm like, what's up? I'm about to go to dinner. She like, no, I got some dinner for you. I said, you got some dinner for me? She said, yeah, come over here. So I said, what's up? She was like, listen, now I know we don't supposed to be talking to y'all inmates like this, but you ain't no snitch, are you? I said, hell no, I ain't no snitch. She was like, well, listen, I put some stuff in your bed, so you ain't got to go to dinner. I said, what you put in my bed? She said, go up there and go see. So I went up there, and guess what, y'all? She had some Popeye's chicken, 2 big breasts of Popeye's chicken right there in the container on the bed. So I go out and I look down and she just smiling. She go back to the control booth and I head right back in the cell and I kill that chicken. I'm talking about, man, listen, I ain't had Popeye's chicken in 2 years at this point, right? So I just scarf it down. I'm sitting there. So I'm thinking like, man, yeah, this right here, this gonna be good. This gonna. So I leave about the cell and I go right to the control booth. I'm like, hey, what's up? She like, what you mean, what's up? I'm like, so you feeling me or something? She was like, obviously. I said, so you got a man or whatever? She was like, yeah, I got a man, but you know, that I ain't tripping off him. I said, for real? She said, yeah. I said, so where you from? She like, oh, I'm from Flint, Michigan. I said, you Wiz? She was like, yeah. I said, I'm from there too. She was like, oh, she got the naming people. I'm like, yeah, I know them. But truthfully, y'all, this chick was from the east side. And her people was really dope fiends that some of my homeboys in the free world, they used to, you know, serve her people, you know, that rock. Y'all know what I mean. Anyway, so, you know, we just conversating, we laughing, we giggling. Well, she giggling. I ain't giggling because I don't giggle. So I'm like, hey, listen, I need for you to do me a favor. She like, what? I'm like, listen, what I'm about to ask you to do, you ain't got to do it at all. I would never try to get you in no predicament, but I need for you to do me a favor. She like, what is it? I'm like, do you think you can put like $100 on my books like every week or whatever? She was like, listen, whatever you want, I got you. I'm just not going to bring no drugs in here. I said, cool. I don't deal with drugs anyway. So she was like, all right. So I was like, hey, won't you come to my cell right quick? She was like, everybody about to come back from dinner. I said, just come to the cell right quick. So she was like, for what? I said, just come to the cell right quick. I'm about to go up there right quick. Just come to the cell right quick. So she like, okay. So I go to the cell, then here she come, right? When she get to the cell, I approach her. Now, y'all got to understand, she a short little thing. She about maybe 5'5", 5'4"-ish, maybe 120, 125-ish. So I just pick her up off her feet. You know, she had her legs wrapped around my waist.
And I'm like, girl, man, you know what I would do to you, man. I ain't. She was like, boy, you better put me down. You better put me down. I said, if I don't, then what? She was like, put me down, inmate. I was like, girl, I'm telling you. And then we start hearing people come in. So then I put her down. I gave her a kiss on the neck. I said, she was like, boy, you better stop. I said, hey, listen, you got to work tomorrow? She was like, no, I come in the next day though. I was like, all right, listen, we need to figure out how we gonna do this. So she like, okay. So then she leave out, right? So as she leaving out, Al, he coming up the stairs, and I got this big smile on my face. And Al was like, you didn't. I said, man, get in here, man. He said, D, man, what happened? I said, man, you already know what happened. He was like, man, you ain't hit. I said, no, I ain't hit, but yeah, she going. He like, oh man, what happened? I said, no, you know, like when everybody was leaving out, she stopped me. He said, yeah, I seen that. So she tells me to go to my cell, and she got a surprise for me. So I'm like, okay. So I go up there, and she got Popeye's chicken in a container on my bed. So he like, she did? I said, yeah, man. So he said, well, what happened? I said, man, I broke that chicken down, man. I tore that chicken up. So he like, man, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. What else happened? I said, well, you know, nothing really, but, you know, I just let her know, cause, you know, she put some money on my books, and, you know, and see if, you know, if you know, I could, you know, you know what I mean. You know, due to, you know, social media policies, I can't go into detail, but y'all know. So anyway, hey, do me a favor, man. If you watching me on TikTok, man, share this video. If you watching me on YouTube or Instagram, man, y'all hit that like button. And if y'all haven't followed me or subscribed yet, man, subscribe for these stories, right? Anyway, and believe me, these stories is 100% fact. Anyway. So he's sitting on the bed, and, you know, like Trump said, we just doing locker room talk, just locker room talk. So he like, man, Dante, God dang. I say, hey, you might as well to go get them soups right now. So he like, man, forget that, man. I'm about to shoot my shot. I said, Al, go get me them soups right now, because this right here, that's all me. That's all me. He like, man, all right, we gonna see, cause y'all remember, the deal is who gonna hit first, right? And Al haven't been making no moves that I am aware of at all, right? So anyway, so let me tell y'all something real quick about the penitentiary. There's a lot of dudes that's jealous and very envious. And there's always somebody's watching. There's always somebody that is going to be watching, okay? And if somebody find out that you talking to a female guard and she bringing you in stuff, they going to feel like that they been wrong. So they going to feel like you done violated them. So what they naturally going to do, either they going to step to the female guard and try to press on them, or they gonna drop a kite on you, or what us felons like to say, they gonna try to drop a dime on you, right? To get you up out of there, to get her fired or transferred and you thrown in the hole. See, here's the thing, y'all. In prison, you inmate and an officer cannot be in no relationship for obvious reasons, right? But here's the thing, though. It happens all the time. All the time. See, a lot of y'all be talking about, oh, ain't nothing but homosexual dudes in there, dudes freaking on dudes all day. Nah, that's not true, man. That might be true for about 40% of the prison population. However, you got cats in there like me that got the gift of gab, that can talk a female officer right out of her badge, if you know what I mean. So anyway, so Al, he leave up out the cell, and I'm just looking at him. I'm looking at him. He all down there, all in her face, smiling and all this and that, right? So I'm just looking at Al like, man, Al, clown, man. So she tells him, so it get to the point where he just, Al doing the most. When I say he doing the most, I mean Al doing the most. He done, now listen, y'all, you cannot walk around with your shirt off. And Al was real cut up. He worked out every day, and he was just real cut up. So what Al would do, like every time he'd see her about to leave the control booth, Al would take his shirt off and start doing pull-ups under the stairs or whatever. And she like, put your shirt on, inmate, put your shirt on. He like, oh, my bad, man, my bad. It's smiling, just smiling as he doing it, right? So I'm looking at Al like, man, look at Al, man. Look at Al trying to press. Look at Al trying to press, right? So, I'm going to say maybe around, it was shower time. Like when everybody was coming from the yard, it was shower time. So Al take it upon himself. Now listen, y'all, this is prison etiquette. When you go to the prison shower, okay, you should be fully clothed. You should have your shirt on. You should have your shower shoes on. You should have some pants or some shorts on or something. Al decides to leave out of his cell with just a towel on and his soap and stuff for the shower. So he walking through knowing that he violating. But he doing this to entice the female. So Al trying to entice this guard. So as he walked past the control booth, she comes out and she like, hey, you can't do that. So he turned and looked at her all smiling. And he like, do what? She said, you can't walk through here like that. So he like, oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. So she was like, no, I got to write you up. So his whole demeanor changed like, huh? You got to what? She said, I got to write you up. He was like, for what? She was like, listen, you know the rules. You know the rules. You know you cannot be walking around here with your shirt off and wearing no clothes going to the shower. You getting a write-up. He like, oh, for real? You going to do me like that? You gonna do me like that? She was like, hey, you know the rules. And she turned away and walked off. Al looked right up at me like this. Like, yo, D, like, what's up? So I go down there and I knock on the control booth. And she like, what's up, Dante? I said, hey, you know Al, my homie. She was like, okay. I said, yo, cut him some slack, man. He ain't got it all. He don't know no better. She was like, so what you trying to tell me? I said, I want you don't write the homie up. She like, okay, what do I get? I'm like, what you want? She like, you know what I want. I said, no, I don't know what you want. So she was like, is any guards out there? I said, no, the other guard, he just left out. So she walked real close up on me, right? She was like, hey, I got something for you. I said, what you got for me? She was like, now, tonight, I'm doing a double shift, so I'm gonna be working third shift. So I'm gonna pull you out of the cell after the porters get done cleaning at 1 o'clock in the morning. Be up. I'm gonna pull you out the cell. So she pulled me closer and then she whispered in my ear. And I'm like, what's going on? So she pulled out a Magnum, right? I'm like, girl, what's that for? Yeah, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. She like, oh, you know what that's for. So then I said, girl, you better stop playing. She was like, 1 o'clock, be up. So I'm like, I bet. So then I leave out of the control booth. So Al over here sitting by the staircase. He like, man, what's up? I said, she ain't gonna write you up. I took care of that. So he like, I bet, but what y'all got going on? I said, ain't none of your business, man. This grown folks' business. That's why you in a predicament. Man, go get my 20 suits, man. Go get my 20 ramen noodles. Go get them 20 ramens. He like, no, man, come on, D. I said, no, Al, go get them. Go get them, cause you know, if I would have lost, I would have gave you your suit. So go get that. Go ahead, go get that, Al. He like, all right, man, all right. So he go upstairs, and he go get the commissary, and I go to my room, and he drops it off. So he like, man, D, like, what's up? What's up? I'm like, what you mean, what's up? He like, man, I'm just saying, man, what y'all gonna do something? I'm like, what you mean we gonna do something? He like, Nah, man, I just want to know, let me smell your finger or something when you put hands on it. You know what I'm saying? I said, man, Al, cut it out, man. Ain't nothing going on, bro. So, as we talking, remember, y'all, I tell you all the time that is always jealous, envious dudes that's always around. So, as me and Al conversating, there's this dude that's next door. Do y'all remember when I told y'all about my first day in prison where I ended up having to stab a cat because he was just an inconvenience to be around and I had to get him up out my cell? Y'all remember him? Well, this is his cousin that I didn't know that was sent to basically put a hit out on me, basically. And this is his cousin next door that I'll tell y'all about that story later. But he's listening to me and Al conversation, and he like, that's how I'm gonna get him. Instead of putting that sword of justice on Dante, instead of bringing an act of violence on him and him going to the hole too, he said, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set Dante up. I'm gonna set him up. Y'all stay tuned. If you need your business, products, or your social media channels promoted, make sure you shoot me a text at this number. My channel get over 5 million views per month, so that's a lot of eyes on your promotion. If you forgot to hit that like button, make sure you smash the like button. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Be sure to get your Military Mind Games merch. The link will be pinned in the comment section.